Alright. Let's see what translations we can get from here on.
おい、何暗くなってんだよ。へこんでどうなるってもんじゃねえだろ。
Let's see here. In the English version of the game, InuYasha says, "Hey, don't let yourself get down. It won't solve anything." Oh, wow. This is a case where neither translation turned out really well. The DeepL translation result I'm just going to ignore. The Google Translate result, however, is apparently translating InuYasha's text as, "Hey, what's going on? It's getting dark. It's dented. What good is that?" So, needless to say, I do feel like both translation results are not that good. I think I need to try and take this apart. Yeah, no, that's not really turning out all too well either. Well, since I can't really figure out, since I can't really figure out what the translation results are trying to say. So I think I pretty much have to take the English version. At least until I could find someone else who can probably translate this better.
InuYasha. そうだね。その通りだね。
Let's see here. From Kururugi. In the English version, Kururugi just responds with, "You're right, InuYasha." But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "InuYasha, yes, you're right." Which I do think comes off a little better than what the English version did. Because with the English version, Kururugi gave like a pretty immediate answer, but here with the Japanese version, Kururugi pauses for a bit, surprised that InuYasha is pretty much telling him, "Hey, there's no need to get so depressed about the situation, just because it won't fix anything." that's pretty much what the English version said. Again, I don't know what the translations were trying to say from the Japanese script, so I'm just going off the English one. So then Kururugi pausing and then being like, yeah, you're right. Kind of being surprised that InuYasha is trying to be like a voice of reason, I guess, here. Being kind of out of character for him, because it's incredibly rare, is a bit more fitting.
あ、まずい。中庭に凛ちゃんを残したまんまだった。
Let's see, for this one, in the English version, Kururugi says, hey, wait! I left Rin in the courtyard! According to the Google Translate results, though, it gives, oh, that's bad. I left Rin-chan in the courtyard. Which isn't too different from what the English version went with. The difference being the way they open, with the English having Kururugi say, hey, wait! Like, they suddenly realized. The translation results still plays off the... Oh, I just realized I forgot something. But opening with, oh, that's bad. Because Rin could be in trouble. Because Naraku's still in the other room. But I do think the first part should be... not good! I left Rin-chan in the courtyard! Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi ends this part with, I have to go back there quickly. But from the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, we must hurry back to the mansion's garden. The Deep L translation result isn't too bad. It's not too different, just slightly reworded to, we must hurry back to the garden of the mansion. The Google Translate result does come off a little bit better, but I do think it should be reworded a little bit. Probably instead of we must hurry back to we have to hurry back to the mansion's garden. Or we have to get back to the mansion's garden. Either of those sound a bit better. And then InuYasha's response in the English version is, it's alright to go back, but a barrier starts from here. While the Google Translate result... Oh, hold on. Okay, no, that was just a delayed thing on Twitch's end. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, you can go back, but there's a barrier ahead. Definitely worded a bit differently. Both the English version and the translated results do mean the same thing, but I do think I prefer the translated the Google translated result a little bit better coming from InuYasha, just kind of with how it's worded comparatively.
それなら大丈夫。結界は破ったからこのままいけるはずだよ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "That's okay, I already destroyed the barrier. We should be able to get through." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Then it's okay. We've broken the barrier, so we should be able to continue on our way." Which I do think needs to be reworded to, "I've broken the barrier." Starting with the "then it's okay." I'm not sure if I'd rather go with the English version's "that's okay" or probably reword it to "that's alright," because Kururugi did say "daijobu," which usually means like it's okay or it's alright. Yeah, I think I'd have it say, "That's alright. I've broken the barrier, so we should be able to continue on our way."
本当かよ。ならとっとと行こうぜ。奈落が逃げちまう。
Let's see here. Oh, hey, Kimokase. Sorry, I didn't even see you there. I'm glad I caught you while you were here. Glad you can make it. How has your day been so far? Let's see, from here... In the English version, InuYasha surprisingly responds with, "Really? Let's get going then, before Naraku escapes." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha responds with, "Really? Well then, let's just get going. Naraku will run away." You're good. I'm good. Busy working, and I'm glad I managed to pop in. Hey, no worries. This might be a bit of an interesting stream because there's one bit of conversation from the English version that I'm looking forward to comparing to the translate result, because in the English version, the context makes Sesshomaru have this weird fucking ego, which, let's be fair, it's a Sesshomaru. He's incredibly arrogant. But the conversation he has coming up makes him come off as like seeing himself as far more important than he really is. So I'm really curious what the Japanese version will be. I don't know how far I'm gonna get in this stream, but if we get to Minamo Village somehow, we're gonna get into some good shit. So the noticeable difference between the English version and the translated result that I'm getting here is, in the English version, InuYasha starting with "really" is in an exclamation mark, while the Google Translate result is in a question mark. I'm so hyped to see. So the difference between InuYasha having the exclamation mark and the question mark between the English version and the translated results for him saying "really" is a little interesting. The English version using the exclamation mark definitely gives the sense that InuYasha is surprised that Kururugi was able to take down the barrier that apparently covered the entire fucking mansion, because They've never done that before. The biggest barrier Kururugi came across so far are personal barriers that were used by Kagura and Utsugi. So, a barrier big enough to cover a whole mansion, even if Kururugi destroyed it from the inside, we did see the size of the rock is bigger than all of the ones that were used for personal barriers. So, yeah, that InuYasha would definitely be surprised by that. But the Google Translate results giving a question mark instead. I think it does downplay InuYasha's surprise, but considering Kururugi is the only person in the group who can destroy barriers, it, to me, feels like InuYasha's like, you actually did? Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Like, you have the ability for it. It just means you're stronger than I thought you were. So, I do think the difference between the two gives a bit of a context change for how InuYasha views Kururugi. I do think for the translated result, though, changing Naraku will run away to Naraku will get away makes better sense.
そうだね。苦労してここまで来たんだ。
Let's see. From Songo. What do you say here? In the English version, Songo says, yes, it's been a challenging journey so far. While according to the Google Translate results, she says, I agree. I've worked hard to get to this point. Which I think is supposed to be we've worked hard to get to this point. Considering, like, Songo wasn't chasing Naraku until she had joined the party. So, it was a collective effort rather than her putting any specific effort on her part, but then also considering Kohaku's involvement. But to line up with the English versions, it's been a challenging journey so far. I do think we've worked hard to get to this point makes a bit more sense.
奈落がいるのなら逃がすわけにはいかない。
Let's see here. In the English version, Songo continues with, if Naraku is there, we can't let him get away. Which the Google Translate result also gives. Word for word, so... yeah, that's perfectly fine.
じゃあついてきて。
Alright, as far as the Japanese version is concerned, that is Kururugi starting with an agreeing nod. But of course, the English version is going to make that a yes. With the English version having Kururugi say, yes, follow me. The Google Translate result also translates that the sound Kururugi made as yeah, but again, I'll just take it as an agreeing nod. And then the translation continues with, well then, come with me. Which, yeah, well then, come with me, compared to the English version's follow me. Contextually the same thing, but I actually think I'd have it instead say, well then, follow me. Because I honestly don't know why. I just kind of like it just kind of feels a bit more right to me that Kururugi says, well then, follow me, rather than come with me, or just simply follow me.
Narakuよ、この殺生丸を前にして考え事か。
Here we go. Let's see. Let's see what the comparison is here. In the English version, Sashomaru says, Naraku, how can you ignore me? I have seen some people criticize Sashomaru saying this, because again, it makes Sashomaru come off as being much more arrogant and egotistical than he is. Like, hey, I should be your center of attention, motherfucker. But the translated result actually has something different to say. According to the Google Translate result, Sashomaru is saying, Naraku, are you thinking anything when you see me, Sashomaru? However, knowing how Sashomaru's kind of speaking patterns when it comes to Japanese and how it's shown in the manga, I think it needs to be reworded to Naraku, are you thinking anything when you see this Sashomaru? Because I am aware that Sashomaru often refers to himself as this Sashomaru. Naraku, pick up my call, stop ignoring me! It makes Sashomaru come off as so fucking petty! But no, the Japanese version definitely is like... the Japanese version, at least with the translation result I'm getting, is Sashomaru saying, tell me what you're thinking when you set your eyes upon me. But also, that very much gives Sashomaru a fucking god complex, which, to be fair, Sashomaru kind of does have that because he believes himself above everybody else. And I really wish the series would have fucking humbled him for it. But it didn't. And that's why I find him so fucking boring. He's never humbled and put in his place and been like, stop being so fucking arrogant. You don't deserve it. This is easy enough. Like, Naraku's just calling out Sashomaru. Before continuing in another screen. In the English version, Naraku calls out Sashomaru and has an exclamation mark. The Google Translate result has this as Lord Sashomaru, which... I've never watched the anime in Japanese, and I honestly haven't read the manga, so I don't know if Naraku ever refers to Sashomaru as Lord Sashomaru in the manga or in the Japanese version of the anime. Because as far as I'm aware, in the English version, he just constantly refers to Sashomaru as Sashomaru. So either result is pretty much whatever for this part. But
申し訳ありませんが、ゆっくりとお相手している暇はなくなりました。
In the English version, Naraku follows up with, "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to talk with you." The translation results seem a little odd, but I'll see what I can do with them. The Deep L translation result is broken. The Google Translate result, though, apparently has Naraku say, "I have no choice but to. I no longer have the time to leisurely interact with people." Which doesn't exactly sound all that right. So, just kind of using the English as a version as a basis, I think it should say, "I have no choice, but I no longer have the time to... I no longer have the time to interact with you," I guess, might be it. That's... I think that's the best I can get out of it. Let's see. In the English version, Naraku finishes here with, "But I have to take care of some things before I leave." From the Google Translate result, Naraku says, "But there's something I need to do before I leave." Pretty much, they pretty much mean the same thing. They're definitely just worded a bit differently. But I do think I'd go with the Google Translate result for Naraku, just given how he tends to speak.
貴様、この殺生丸を舐めているのか?
Alright. Alright. What's the translation here? Because I think this is another one I've been interested in trying to figure out. Just because of the whole... the whole shit with Sesshomaru and Naraku here. In the English version, Sesshomaru says, "Are you mocking me?" According to the Google Translate result, Sesshomaru is saying, "Are you underestimating me, Sesshomaru?" Which, again, given how Sesshomaru tends to speak in the manga and the Japanese version of the anime, probably should be closer to, "Are you underestimating this Sesshomaru?"
とんでもない。
Oh, that sounded like a pretty mocking laugh. Or at least a chuckle. In the English version, Naraku responds with, "No, not at all." The Google Translate result apparently has Naraku saying, "No way," but I do think that needs to be reworded to, "Not at all."
それどころか、敬愛さえしておりますよ。その比類なきお力をね。
Let's see here. In the English version, Naraku continues with, "I hold your immense power in high esteem." According to Google Translate, Naraku says, "On the contrary, I even respect and admire you. That unparalleled power." I mean, the meaning is pretty much the same between both. The wording from the translated result, though, is very much better in my opinion and a bit more fitting of Naraku's character.
あなた様のすべてこの奈落が食らわせていただく。
Let's see. And then concluding here, in the English version, Naraku says, "I'm going to eat you for dinner." While according to Google Translate, he says, "This Naraku will consume all of you." Which, okay. All right. In the English version, InuYasha says, "I found you, Naraku. Take this! Wind Scar!" But according to the Google Translate result, he actually said the exact same thing. Alright. Sure, we'll take that. Okay. I'm a little curious about this one. Because in the English version, InuYasha says, "Damn, he dodged it. But this is just the beginning." I'm curious if dodge is even in the Japanese script, because Naraku didn't move. Okay. According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha is apparently saying, "You dodged it. But it's over now." I do think it would be he dodged it instead of you dodged it. But, alright. I guess Naraku dodged even though his model didn't move. Sure. Why not?
引っ込んでろ、InuYasha。
Let's see here. In the English version, Sesshomaru says, "Leave now, InuYasha." While according to the Google Translate results, Sesshomaru apparently says, "Stay away, InuYasha." I mean, his meaning behind both of them is pretty much the same, just like, get out of the way. I do think just given the Shomaru's character, stay away makes a bit more sense than leave now. Like, leave now would make sense if, for the English version, they had him try to sound like he was making a threat, but they don't, because the English voice directing is pretty fucking terrible. But, for the Japanese version, it definitely sounded more like, from his tone, Sesshomaru was giving a warning. That's pretty much like, if you come any closer, I'm gonna kill you too. Let's see. What do you say here, InuYasha? In the English version, InuYasha responds with, "Shut up! I'm the one that's after Naraku. He's mine!" Okay. The translation result here is a little interesting. Might need a bit of rewording, but according to Google Translate, InuYasha says, "Don't be so noisy. I was the one chasing Naraku. Don't put your hands on me." I do think it should be, "Don't put your hands on him." Or, probably better rewording would be, "You better not touch him." Because, again, InuYasha wants to be the one to kill Naraku, so... Nah. I honestly... I do kind of like the English version having InuYasha start with "shut up," because that is a bit more into his character than "don't be so noisy." I actually do think I'd go with the English version here. In terms of, like, which I'd prefer. Because, again, sometimes the English script has turned out some outcomes that I prefer over the translation results that I've been getting. It's been rare, but it's happened. This would be one of them. Let's see. In the English version, Sesshomaru responds with, "Don't get in my way." Google Translate result isn't too different with "don't get in the way." So pretty much the same thing. I do think the "don't get in my way" is a little bit better coming from Sesshomaru. Because again, arrogant bastard. Okay, I'm curious what this translates to, because this is supposed to be miasma, according to the English version. In the English version, InuYasha reacts with, "What was that? Ah, it's a miasma!" According to Google Translate, InuYasha says, "What is this? Damn it, miasma!" Okay, so it does translate as miasma. I think I'd rather go with the Google Translate result because it could come up as reactionary. Like, InuYasha calling out, "What is this?" as Naraku throws out his attack. Then it explodes and turns into this cloud of miasma, and then he goes, "Damn it, miasma!"
殺生丸様、無粋な輩が来ましたゆえ、この続きは後日。
Let's see. In the English version, Naraku says, "Haha, the Shomaru, this blundering fool has arrived. Let's continue this matter another time." According to the Google Translate result, Naraku still starts with a laugh, but it's apparently a foo-foo laugh. Which, okay. The rest of it is, "Sesshomaru-sama, as a rude person has arrived. We will continue this later." Which, unless you're specifically on Sesshomaru's route, there is no "we will continue this later," because they never meet again. Let's see. In the English version, Sesshomaru says, "Fool, I won't let you get away." But from Google Translate, Sesshomaru instead says, "Foolish, I won't let you get away." Which I do feel is a context change here. The English version having Sesshomaru start with "fool," which ends in an exclamation mark, gives the impression that Sesshomaru is calling out to Naraku that he's a fool, which, sure. And then swearing that he won't, and then swearing, "I won't let you get away." But from the translation result, especially considering in the Japanese text there is the comma, the translation being "foolish, I won't let you get away," comes off as more Sesshomaru is arrogantly speaking out loud to himself. Like he's saying what Naraku did was foolish, and then saying, I won't let you get away." So I do... Naraku really continues ghosting him with no hesitation. Like, the fact that Naraku is constantly giving Sesshomaru the runaround is probably a goddamn highlight, because Sesshomaru is supposed to be so powerful, so above everything else. And then Naraku, who isn't necessarily strong, he just has a bunch of bullshit, is able to constantly evade him. It's like, damn, Sesshomaru, you fucking suck at this.
お兄ちゃん、さっきはありがとう。じゃあまたね。
Okay. Let's see here. In the English version, Rin calls out, "Oh, big brother, thank you for saving me. See you later." Again, it changes to big sister if you're playing as Kagome. But according to the Google Translate result, Rin says, "Oh, big brother, thank you for earlier. See you later." We'll continue this next time. Insert that gif of that guy piecing out and fading away. Pretty much. Okay, so at the very least, even though this is technically the last time you ever meet Rin in this game, compared to the English version, Rin in Japanese has a lot more emotion in her voice than Rin does in the English version. However, it's also been a while since I've watched the anime dubbed, so I don't remember how emotive Rin is in English when she speaks. So I would very much chalk this up to the voice director just dropping the fucking ball with Rin's voice actress. Because here you just heard she very much called out Sesshomaru-sama, but in the English version she just says Sesshomaru. Like, so deadpanned Sesshomaru. It's so weird in the English version of the game. But according to the translate, she's calling out Lord Sesshomaru before chasing after him. That's a...
畜生、俺たちも後を追うぜ。
Yeah, like, the English version just completely removing any sign of emotion from Rin's voice in this game is so bizarre. Just like, Sesshomaru, and then just waddles after him. But again, Kinroku-san, as you may have noticed, in the English version, Rin does not call him Lord Sesshomaru. Even though we know for a fact from the English dub of the anime she does. Rin and Jonkin consistently in the dub of the anime call him Lord Sesshomaru. But they never do in this game. There's only one instance of Jockin ever calling Sesshomaru Lord Sesshomaru in the English version. Every other time, there's just no respect. Like, the English version of this game treats Sesshomaru so weirdly. Because during the last stream, before you make a choice whether to go reunite with InuYasha and the others, or stay to protect Rin, the English version actually added a bit of dialogue where Kururugi says, I'm also concerned for Sesshomaru. But that same scene in Japanese did not mention Sesshomaru at all. So trippy. That's like 90% of what I remember Jockin for, especially. Such an odd thing to remove. I don't get it. But it's so weird. And that's what's making doing these comparisons so interesting. You're finding out so much weird shit between, like, with what the English version did. Let's see. In the English version here, if I'm on the right one, yeah. InuYasha says, damn, we need to go after him. While according to Google Translate, InuYasha says, damn it, we'll follow them. Although I do think it should be let's follow them instead of we'll follow them. But especially, I think my favorite part so far was during the last stream and the stream before that, with Kururugi pretending to be Utsugi and actually trying to emulate Utsugi's voice. So it actually makes more sense that Kagura and Naraku wouldn't immediately discover that it's not Utsugi. The English version just doesn't do that, and it makes it go, what the fuck? Why? But, speaking of Utsugi...
Huh?
Okay. Don't really need to translate this, it's just Kururugi having a surprise, ah, it's you! But in the English version, Kururugi instead goes, huh? Alright, that's an interesting tone of voice. In the English version, InuYasha says, it's you, Utsugi! But according to Google Translate, InuYasha just says, you, Utsugi!
こいつがあなたのご先祖様だなんて信じられないけど。
Then from Kagome... In the English version, Kagome says, I can't believe this is your ancestor. While according to Google Translate, Kagome says, I can't believe this guy is your ancestor. The meaning is the same between them. I do think I prefer Google Translate's result a little better, though.
でもそうらしいんだ。
Alright, Japanese version, that's Kururugi having a nod agreeing with Kagome being, like, unable to really believe that Utsugi is their ancestor. In the English version, Kururugi says, me neither, but he is. From Google Translate, though, the result is apparently, but it seems so. I do think I reworded it to, but it seems to be the case. Because, from last stream, there's been an establishment that, while in the English version, Kururugi seems to be fully accepting that Utsugi is their ancestor simply because Naraku and Utsugi said so. The Japanese version, Kururugi is not exactly on board with the idea. They're very much still questioning the validity of it. They're like, it seems to be the case from what they said, but there's not enough information here.
だがこいつも奈落の仲間だからな。放っとくわけにはいかねえ。
Alright. From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, but this one's working with Naraku, so we can't just ignore the situation. From the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha says, but he's also a member of Naraku's crew. We can't just leave him alone. I actually do think I prefer the wording of the translated result for InuYasha. Because, I don't know, something about InuYasha saying, so we can't just ignore the situation, doesn't feel right to me. Like, that's definitely wording I'd expect from Moroku in the English version, but from InuYasha, it just feels so weird. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, you're right. Prepare yourself, Utsugi. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, that's right. Prepare yourself, Utsugi. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing as the English version, just the English version went with, you're right, while the Japanese version went with, that's right. But also, in the Japanese text, there's a period there for the first sentence, so while the English version had you're right and with an exclamation mark, even though the exclamation mark is in the second sentence of prepare yourself, Utsugi. So I do think I'd go with Kururugi saying you're right instead of that's right, but of course swap out the exclamation for the period just because that's how the Japanese text is displayed. I don't know, that's just my reasoning for that. And here we go. Kagome actually being like far more cautious than you'd think, because now we get into interesting shit that the series has never touched on at any other time. In the English version, Kagome calls out, wait, InuYasha, which is what the translating result is coming out as, according to Google Translate, so sure, whatever. Okay, hold on here. That started with Tamashi. Okay, Tamashi usually translates to soul. Thank you, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds with Jack freaking Atlas. Calling his red demon's dragon Waga Tamashi, my soul. So that's where I got that from. In the English version, Utsugi says, I see your spirit has grown stronger. In that case. According to Google Translate, Utsugi says, my spirit is getting stronger. This will. Which very much needs to be reworded to your spirit, but considering what happens in the final stretch of the game, Tamashi should translate to soul here instead of spirit. Because that is what Utsugi is after. Calling it their spirit, under technicalities, isn't too different from calling it a soul, but usually spirit in, at least in any kind of shonen context, is comparable to willpower. So I do think having it be your soul is getting stronger. This will... And then, of course, Utsugi trails off because he's trying to be a mysterious bastard. Because at this point, no one knows what they're planning.
何言ってんだ。てめえが弱えからだよ。覚悟しやがれ、うつぎ。
Let's see. From InuYasha. In the English version, InuYasha says, "What are you saying? It's because you're weak. Are you ready, Utsugi?" Now, the English version, having InuYasha say it's because you're weak, always felt weird. Because there wasn't really anything from Utsugi to warrant that response. So let's see what the translation comes out as. Okay. The Google Translate result is pretty much the same as the English version, apparently. The translation comes out as, "What are you talking about? It's because you're weak. Prepare yourself, Utsugi." So the only difference here is the English version having "What are you saying?" and the translation being "What are you talking about?" Which I definitely prefer the "What are you talking about?" at the start, because they have no idea what the hell Utsugi's talking about. I still don't get the "it's because you're weak" part, though. Because it absolutely makes no sense considering the last fight with Utsugi. They couldn't do shit to it. They couldn't do anything. It was a timed fight. I know, apparently that second line in Japanese does translate to "it's because you're weak," so... Okay. Oh, right, I guess the other difference is in the English version, InuYasha says, "Are you ready, Utsugi?" While the translation comes out as "Prepare yourself, Utsugi." Either way, in that case, just because of the start, I preferred the translate result over the English version.
待って、殺しちゃダメ。
But, Kagome is very much trying to stop us. In the English version, Kagome says, "Wait, don't do it!" According to Google Translate, though, Kagome says, "Wait, don't kill him!" Which is interesting that the English version didn't go with that, but the context is the same in either way. But we're gonna find out why Kagome doesn't want us fighting Utsugi after this quick break. And we're back. So Kimokuse, if you're still in the chat, even if we don't get to Minamo Village this stream, we're definitely going to be getting the last day off event between Michiru and Kagome, so you might be interested in that, because I am curious about some of the comparisons with the script there. So, why... definitely stick around and see. So, why is Kagome trying to stop us?
なんで止めんだよ、カゴメ。
Like, she specifically says, "Don't kill him," so... In the English version, InuYasha responds with, "Why are you stopping me, Kagome?" Which is also what the translation is coming out as. Google Translate is apparently wording it as, "Why are you stopping, Kagome?" But I'm pretty sure that should be, "Why are you stopping me?" or "Why are you trying to stop me?"
そうだよ。今なら宇津木を倒せるじゃないか。
And Kururugi, having a moment of complete idiocy, in the English version, Kururugi says, "Yeah, we can destroy him right now. We can destroy her if you're playing as Kagome." According to Google Translate, though, Kururugi says, "That's right, we can defeat Utsugi now."
宇津木を殺したらあなたが消えちゃう。
And suddenly the music stopped. In the English version, Kagome says, "If we kill Utsugi, you will disappear too." According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "If you kill Utsugi, you will disappear."
え、僕が？
And even though InuYasha doesn't say anything here, his eyes widen in shock, like, "I'm sorry, what?" Now, of course, it makes sense that Kagome would be the one to bring this up, considering she's the one doing time traveling. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "What? Me too?" According to Google Translate, Kururugi's response is, "What? Me?"
まだ終わらない。
So again, this is a concept, like, Kagome is about to explain a concept that the series has not touched otherwise. But it is a concept that makes sense. In the English version, Utsugi's response is, "It's not over yet." Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as, so sure, we can leave that alone. And then Utsugi just walks away.
逃げるのかよ、待て。
I can only figure, because of the very limited nature of the character models, that when Utsugi says it's not over yet, there's a bit of a knowing smirk. Of like, I have this in my back pocket. You can't kill me. And then from InuYasha, in the English version, calls out, "You're running away! Wait!" The Google Translate result, though, has InuYasha calling out, "Are you trying to run away? Wait!" Which, as far as the wording is concerned, I do prefer what the translation result is coming out with.
ダメだったら
Ooh, no, that is some desperation in Kagome's voice there. She is like, "Please, whatever you do, don't attack him. Or don't attack Utsugi." In the English version, Kagome says, "Don't!" Oh wow, no, Google Translate actually broke on that one. Okay. Google Translate is apparently having Kagome say, if it doesn't work. Which very much feels incorrect. I'm pretty sure the closer translation would be, you can't. As like, don't do it.
うつぎを殺したら消えちゃうかもしれないの。
Oh, what? So that blip in the audio is actually a thing? It's not just from the English version? Okay. I assumed it was from the English version because it was the only time in the English version that that the player character, that the name that you give to Kururugi shows up mid-sentence. So the English cast was like, okay, since the player can name the character whatever they want, we can't say a name. So it's just a blank space. But apparently, it's the same case here. In the English version, Kagome says, if we kill Utsugi, might disappear too. While according to Google Translate, Kagome says, if we kill Utsugi, might disappear. So Kagome is bringing in the grandfather paradox. Which, considering the series has time travel involved, it's a little weird that it's never been a thing that they that was ever considered. The grandfather paradox being the idea that if you went back in time and killed your grandfather before your parents were born, you wouldn't be born. But then the paradox there would be that as a result, if you weren't born, you wouldn't have been able to travel back in time to kill your grandfather, thus resulting in you not being born. But Kagome is very much using the first half of that paradox. Like, if Utsugi really is Kururugi's ancestor, and we kill him, considering how far back in time we are from when Kururugi was born, then Kururugi would not be born. And would very likely just be erased from existence. In the English version, Kururugi asks, why? From the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, why? And while it's the same translation, the English version did have it end on a question mark for Kururugi to question it, while the Japanese version, with the text on screen, has an ellipses, which gives more of Kururugi was likely going to say more. Like, why would that happen? Like, why would that be the case? But trails off because Kagome follows up.
あなたのお父さんよりもずっと祖先の宇津木が死んだら。
So then the English version makes it come across that Kagome is answering Kururugi's question, but here it gives more the impression of Kururugi is cutting off Kururugi's attempt to ask to blatantly explain what might happen. In the English version, Kagome says, Utsugi is your ancestor, even before your father. If he dies, I've always wondered why they didn't really include that concept. I guess it would complicate things too much, but it's so interesting to think about. Like, it's definitely interesting to think about, especially considering there is a possibility that Kagome could have run into her ancestors in the feudal era. But There have been 3 possible theories that I've seen running around. One of them I am not a fan of. The one I'm not a fan of is that Kagome is her own ancestor. The issue I take with that is, because of how Rumiko decided to end the series, it wouldn't make sense, because with InuYasha being a half-demon, that means Kagome's descendants would have demon blood in them. Even if it's less and less over the years until Kagome was born, that would mean that the quote-unquote next Kagome in the cycle would have some demon in her blood. But they very clearly say that Kagome is human, so that can't be the case. The other 2 theories that were going around were that Rin was Kagome's ancestor, but because Yashahime is a thing, that can't fucking work either. Really like the concept of Rin and Kahaku having been Kagome's ancestors. Yeah, like that was definitely one of the theories, especially when people were when I've seen fans champion the Rin and Kohaku pairing, because with them especially with them traveling together in that stage of the story, it would make sense. The other idea is the old exorcist woman. Because she behaves so much like Kagome's grandfather, she could have been Kagome's ancestor. And I honestly rather like that idea instead, because it's like, oh, it's just some random woman they come across who has very similar mannerisms to Kagome's grandpa. Why not? Right, I did screenshot that, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. So English version, Kagome says, Utsugi's your ancestor, even before your father. If he dies... the Google Translate result... I've never heard of that one, but that's honestly so great. That's one that I came up with, and I haven't really seen anyone else talk about the possibility of that old woman being Kagome's ancestor, but it just kind of fits too well. Again, because she has so much in common with Kagome's grandfather that it's like, no, this makes too much sense. The Google Translate result for Kagome is a fair bit shorter in its description. Having Kagome say, when Utsugi, who is older than your father, dies, because while Kururugi very much is questioning whether or not Utsugi actually is their ancestor, Kagome's like, no, we need to take this situation as though it is fact for the moment until we can figure out otherwise. We need to treat it as though Utsugi is in fact your ancestor and what that could possibly mean.
宇津木が死んだらそれ以降の子は全部生まれない。
And Moroku, being the wise one in the group, catches on to what Kagome's trying to say. In the English version, Moroku finishes what Kagome's trying to say with, if Utsugi dies, the generations after will never be born. According to Google Translate, Moroku says, if Utsugi dies, no more offsprings will be born. Which I'm pretty sure could be reworded to, if Utsugi dies, none of his offspring will exist.
つまり僕も生まれないってこと？
And then from Kururugi, questions, that means that I won't be born either? While according to Google Translate, Kururugi says, in other words, that means I won't be born either?
わからないけど
And then from Kagome, in the English version, she responds with, I don't know for sure, because again, they don't know. The grandfather paradox is something that was made up for fiction. Nobody really knows because time travel doesn't exist. But Kagome likely would be aware of time travel tropes in fiction because hell, she reads it, like she reads a lot of manga and watches a lot of shows that she very likely would have seen or read something that dealt with time travel. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I don't know, but
もしそうなら消えてしまっても不思議ではないわ。
Continuing with the translation result, Kagome in full saying, I don't know, but if so, I would not be surprised if you disappeared. From the English version, it's Kagome saying, I don't know for sure. If that is the case, I won't be surprised if you disappear. Again, like this, like, they don't know for sure. Moroku's just kind of making an assumption of like, yeah, no, if, like, connecting the dots, being like, yeah, no, if your ancestor didn't exist, you wouldn't exist either. So the way I think Moroku would think about this is if he thought about it personally, like if his grandfather died before his father was born, then Moroku himself wouldn't be born, and that's how Moroku would connect it. I'm pretty sure.
嘘だろ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi's response here is, it can't be. Which I feel like is what the translation result's going to be. Not really, but I would honestly accept that over Google Translate giving, well, that's a lie. Granted, uso does mean lie, but there are other ways it could be translated, so having it be having it as it can't be, or that can't be true, or that's not possible, like those are some of the different possible translations that could come from this. But I do think having the result be it can't be, or that can't be, either of those kind of fits a little bit better.
そうなると、とにかく今は奈落を追うことですね。
Let's see, from Moroku. In the English version, he follows up with, then all we can do is go after Naraku for now. While according to Google Translate, Moroku says, in that case, the best thing we can do now is to pursue Naraku. I do think I like the wording a bit better from the Google Translate result.
この謎を解く手がかりを知っているのは、やはり奈落でしょうから。
Following up from Moroku in the English version, he says, Naraku has the answers to this mystery. While according to Google Translate, Moroku says, after all, Naraku is the only one who knows the clues to solving this mystery. Again, I'm going to prefer the wording from the Google Translate result, because it's definitely more descriptive. And honestly, a bit more fitting to Moroku's character. But also, considering Naraku was the one who helped Utsugi to summon Kururugi to the feudal era, yeah, it would make sense that Naraku would probably be the only other person besides Utsugi who would have answers regarding this whole thing. The problem, though, at least in the English version, but I'm pretty sure the Japanese version won't do it, is that we never learn exactly what the hell Naraku did to help Utsugi, and how exactly the two of them summoned Kururugi to the feudal era. That is never brought up. Let's see, from InuYasha. Oh, hold on. Right, no, I think I remember what happened. It's because, when I did this part, when I streamed the English version, my internet cut out, so it ended stream, so I kind of had to end things abruptly. So now I need to go... Okay, now I need to load up another part. One moment. Let's see here. Okay. Alright. There we go. So in the English version, InuYasha says, okay, let's capture Naraku and interrogate him about Utsugi. While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, yeah, let's defeat that bastard Naraku and find out about Utsugi.
そうじゃな。とにかく奈落を倒すことじゃ。
From Shippo in the English version, he says, I agree. First, we have to go after Naraku. According to Google Translate, though, Shippo says, I guess so. Anyway, we need to defeat Naraku.
ありがとう、みんな。
I really like the way Kururugi says, or Michiru specifically says that. I'm pretty sure Kaname will be slightly different, but no, that is such a soft arigato. In the English version, Kururugi says, thank you, everyone. But there's an exclamation mark at the end. Whereas in the Japanese version, it starts with two sets of ellipses and ends on a period. So it's very much Kururugi sounding a bit more somber in this scene. He's like, there's a lot of shit going on right now. And I just found out that if we kill someone who might be my ancestor, that I might not exist anymore. And everyone just managed to help me calm down from having an existential crisis. So the Google translates, thank you everyone, from the Japanese version is a lot better than what the English version went with.
宇津木をどうしたらいいか僕にはわからないけど、今は奈落を倒さないとね。
Let's see. Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi follows up with, I don't know what to do about Utsugi, but for now, we just need to go after Naraku. While the Google Translate result is, I don't know what to do about Utsugi, but right now, we need to defeat Naraku. Contextually, they mean the same thing, but I do prefer the wording from the translated result because defeating Naraku is the priority. The English version saying, right, for now we just need to go after Naraku. like, sure, but the end goal is to defeat or kill Naraku.
よし、それじゃとっとと奈落を探そうぜ。
Speaking of Naraku, wasn't Sesshomaru chasing after him, too? I wonder. In the English version, InuYasha says, okay, let's find Naraku. While, according to Google Translate, InuYasha says, okay then, let's go find Naraku. Pretty much the same thing between the English and the translation, but I prefer the wording from the translated result.
どこに隠れても絶対に見つけてみせるぞ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi then says, it doesn't matter where he hides. We'll find him sooner or later. From the Japanese version, it does start with Kururugi having a nod of agreement, but the Google Translate is translating it as yes. But the rest of it is interesting. Because according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, no matter where you hide, I'll definitely find you. I do think it should be reworded to, no matter where he hides, we'll definitely find him. It just more so that way it lines up a bit better with the English version. Because they're talking about going after Naraku at this point. They're completely ignoring Utsugi, but whatever. One moment. Menu there. Because haha.
Huh?
So Sesshomaru was chasing Naraku, huh? If Naraku's here, where's Sesshomaru? The second time Naraku gives chase to Naraku, or Sesshomaru gives chase to Naraku, and then Sesshomaru's nowhere to be found. Almost feels like, at least in the case of this game, Sesshomaru is about as directionally challenged as Zoro from One Piece. So I don't really need to translate this. It would be Kururugi just having a surprise because, oh hey, I found Naraku. In the English version, they have Kururugi say, huh? Like, wait, this is where Naraku is?
とうとう見つけたぜ、奈落。
In the English version, InuYasha says, we finally found you, Naraku. According to the translation, or according to Google Translate, InuYasha apparently says, I finally found you, Naraku, but that could very easily be reworded to, we finally found you, so same thing as the English version. Also, it's that purple cocoon again from last stream that had Naraku's new incarnation. Uh-oh. Let's see. In the English version, Naraku says, you fools. Did you come to die? But according to the Google Translate result, Naraku instead says, how foolish. Did you come all the way here to get killed? Honestly, given Naraku's character, either result fits him pretty well, but I do kind of prefer the translated result.
なんだと
I don't think I really need to translate this. It should just be InuYasha saying, "What was that?" In the English version, InuYasha rebukes with, "What did he say?" Google Translate apparently has this as just, "What?" But I'm pretty sure it should be, "What was that?"
ちょうどわしの新しい分身が目を覚ましたところだ。
Okay. So there they mentioned Bunshin again, so I won't be surprised if Google Translate has that main clone. In the English version, Naraku says, "You're just in time to see my new incarnation come to life." According to Google Translate, Naraku says, "My new self has just woken up." Okay. Okay, I need to pick this apart. See what I can make of it. Come on now. Okay. Okay. I do think reworded, it should instead say either just now, my new incarnation is about to awaken. Or instead of starting with just now, probably in moments or any moment. I don't know, something along that kind of sounds a bit better to me. And we get an entirely new incarnation! This thing doesn't appear anywhere else! But this isn't the only game that does that. The Secret of the Divine Jewel has one too, but the one there is a bit more important, I guess, because he shows up far more frequently. In the English version, Kururugi calls out his neck! According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi instead says, his neck! I don't need to translate that, that's just Naraku laughing. I'm curious what Naraku's going to say this thing's name is in Japanese. Because apparently in English, Naraku says the name of this thing is Ogre. Or he specifically calls it My Ogre. But then when you get into the fight and check its name, it's labeled as the Skeletal Demon. Let's see here. Oh, whoops. I actually had that on the right one. In the English version, Naraku says, "Even though I let you free, you still would have killed me." So this is a very aggressive and violent incarnation from Naraku. We've definitely seen some more violent incarnations of his before, like Goshinki and I forget their names, but it was a pair that works together. but like this would be something on a different level. According to Google Translate, Naraku says, if released, you even try to kill me? I'm not sure which one I'd prefer. I mean, as far as the English version is concerned, I definitely would change the even though I let you free to even though I released you. I don't know, I'd kind of go with the English versions and with a bit of rewording too. Even though I released you, you still would have killed me. Or you... I don't know, the you still would have killed me sounds a bit weird. No, hold on. Actually, no. Considering the context of the scene, it actually makes sense too. You still would have killed me because this is the one time in this game that we see one of Naraku's puppets. He never uses them again in this game, but it was their excuse to do a fake out kill. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with, "What is this thing? It has no head, but it's still talking." From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "What is this guy? Even if its head falls off, it'll still be talking." Actually, no. It should be, even if his head falls off, he'll still be talking. Again, I don't know whether I'd go with the English version or the translated result on this. And then from Moroku, we get the explanation. In the English version, Moroku says, "This is Naraku's demon puppet." But according to Google Translate, Moroku simply says, "This is Naraku's puppet." But Kururugi apparently uses different characters for it. In the English version, Kururugi says, in the English version, Kururugi says, "What's a demon puppet?" Apparently, according to Google Translate, Kururugi asks, "What the hell is a puppet?" Hold on now. Google Translate actually transliterates Kugutsu. Instead of having it be translated into puppet. Hold on now. But still, the idea that Kururugi would say, "What the hell is this thing?" is a little interesting because that seems a little extreme for Kururugi. In the English version, Moroku explains with, "It's a fake apparition of Naraku made from a mud doll." While according to Google Translate, Moroku says, "It's a fake of Naraku made out of a clay doll." So no wonder Sesshomaru wasn't here, because he knew Naraku wasn't actually here. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Damn it, we came all this way to see a doll." According to the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha says, "Damn it, we came all the way here and it's just a fake."
そうがっかりするな。この外気はお前たちなどの叶う相手ではない。
Let's see. According, in the English version, Naraku says, don't be so disappointed. You're no match for my ogre." What do you say here? Okay, no! The English version actually fucked up! Because according to Google Translate, Naraku says, "Don't be so disappointed. This skeletal demon is no..." Wait, what? No, this makes no sense! This makes no sense! According to the translation, Naraku says, "This skeletal demon is no match for the likes of you." But that makes no sense! That makes zero sense! What the hell? Okay, the Deep L translation result is a little bit broken, but clarifies a bit better with, "This wretched demon is not someone you can compete with." So, the actual translation should be, "Don't be so disappointed. You're no match for the likes of this skeletal, or the likes of you is no match for the skeletal demon." So where did the English version come up with calling it ogre? Because that's not here. In the Japanese version, Naraku very explicitly calls it the skeletal demon. So in short, this is probably the second incarnation Naraku has had with no actual name. Because there was one in the manga, and I think briefly in the anime, that kind of shows up, pops out of a jar, but Kikyo just obliterates it instantly, so we never know its name.
わしに合わずと、ここで果てることに違いはないのだからな。
Okay. In the English version, Naraku continues with, "There's no doubt that I will kill you before you can reach me." According to Google Translate, though, Naraku says, "Even if you hadn't met me, you would have ended up here."
くそ、言いたい放題言いやがって。
In the English version, InuYasha responds with, "Damn you! Shut up!" But according to Google Translate, InuYasha says, "Damn! Say whatever you want."
気をつけて。来るよ。
And then in the English version, Sango says, "Careful! Here he comes!" But according to the Google Translate result, Sango says, "Look out! It's coming!" This one's gonna be a bit. Alright, damn it. Kagome doesn't have the energy, and I would rather do that, so... that's a lot of damage! Okay! Wasn't expecting that! Yeah, Shippo, get our defenses up, please! That's a good buffer for now.
Yoshi.
Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll be fine for another turn. Or for another round. Well! No, I'm not gonna do that. Go. Yeah, because I could just have Moroku be the healer for the time being. You still don't have the smashing top. God damn it. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to forego the, co-op attack. At least for a bit! Alright. Time to bust this. Oh, I don't even have that yet either! God damn it! Alright. Who do I have for 2? I could do that one. Or that one. Let's go with this one because Songo's coming up pretty soon. Shot. Please don't hurt too bad. Okay, good. Alright, here we go.
え風の傷もらった
かごめさん行くよ。
万物に宿るあまたの力を借りて行け式神
行くわよ。行けー。やったー。
来い。
くたばりな飛来骨。どうだ。ほらか。
Okay, you need to get our defenses back up.
行くぞ。えい。
Just in time too! Oh!
もうダメじゃ。
And that took out Shippo! Oh no! Good thing Maroka's got a resurrection! Not that one. Uh-oh. Is this the one? Translator, help. Recovering capacity, yep. Yep. Jumbo, up.
これからですよ。
Can't have you missing out on experience. Although you did lose all your energy. Then again, it's not like you were using it.
しやがれってどうで
まあまあじゃな、犬やしゃ。
Oh shit, that thing's coming up fast.
流れゆく大河よ。祝福のせせらぎを響かせよ。
ありがとう。よし。
No, not that one. Come on.
お願い、当たって。当たって。聞いたかな。やるね、かごめちゃん。
I probably should have checked if she had a co-op pack with Sango. Uh-oh. Okay, not bad. Right, you lost your defense when you died, so let's just get that back up.
見ておれ。えい。
来い。
Okay, no, you don't actually. Interesting. And the one you have with Moroku is a wind tunnel, which won't work. Sure. Actually, no. Let's just do flat damage. No, not that one. Chain attack's too weak.
くたばりな飛来骨。どうだ。
はい。
I was debating using a nectar on Kururugi to get him some energy, but
これではどうです。
I think we can survive another hit provided Shiba doesn't go down again.
おし
No, come on.
くらえ風の傷もらった
Oh, nice kill, InuYasha. And nice timing.
たく悪あがきしやがって
Just gonna let this go a little slow so I don't skip anything. Shippo, Moroku, and Songo leveled up. Anybody else? Kururugi might. Yep. Kagome and InuYasha. InuYasha might. Yep. Alright, Kagome, you're the only one left. There we go. They all leveled up. And I think before I progress any further, we're gonna go for a quick break. Alright, and we're back. So, did anybody learn anything from those levels? Quite a bit! Including a couple of co-op techs. Let's see, Kagome. I believe this is rapid fire. According to Google Translate, Kagome has learned wildfire. So she can finally hit multiple enemies. Kagome and... I think that's Moroku. No, that's Kagome and Songo. Okay. Which means this next one is Songo and Shippo. Yep. Alright. Kagome learned a new tech, and then Songo learned two co-op techs. One with Kagome and one with Shippo. Okay. InuYasha and Moroku also learned a co-op tech. And, InuYasha learned his ultimate technique. InuYasha has learned, according to Google Translate, the Fierce Explosive Burst technique. The English version calls it the Ultimate Backlash Wave. So, Kinmoku say, you know how the Backlash Wave works, right? InuYasha can only use it as a counter against an enemy against a demonic enemy that's more powerful than him. So in this game, the way the Backlash Wave works is that InuYasha has to give up his attack and will counterattack only if he is specifically designated the target from an enemy and then does the Backlash Wave. It is a completely useless skill because for the full party of 6, the chances of InuYasha being specifically targeted is incredibly slim. The Ultimate Backlash Wave allows InuYasha to use the Backlash Wave at will. He does not use it as a counter. It is just, oh, I use 2 energy and I hit you for 850 damage. InuYasha is now more powerful than Sesshomaru.
なんとか倒せたね。
OP is hell, let me love that for him. So, here's the funny thing, though, Kinmoku say. InuYasha has an even stronger version than that he can get. But it's a co-op tech with Kururugi. It only costs 1 energy between them, but it's a Shikigami-empowered Backlash Wave that hits for 999 damage. And it only costs, and unlike the ultimate backlash way for InuYasha, which costs 2 energy from him, it's 1 energy from him and Kururugi. Which means that as long as they can generate energy, they can do more damage more consistently than Sashomaru's ultimate technique. Hey, would you look at that? Working together makes you stronger than being on your own. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi here after the fight says, we got him. According to Google Translate, Kururugi says, phew, you managed to defeat it. Power Friendship goes wild. Yeah, and also about that, we're gonna get a weird implication regarding this incarnation. At least in the English version we do. I'm curious if it carries over in the Japanese. Or, I guess, if it's also present in the Japanese version. Because, it implies the strength of this incarnation of Naraku as completely absurd. In the English version, InuYasha responds to Kururugi with, yes, but Naraku got away. According to Google Translate, InuYasha's response is, yeah, but Naraku managed to escape. Pretty much the same thing, just different wording. Here we go. Here we go. What do you have to say, Moroku? In the English version, Moroku says, I think Naraku, and then apparently just pauses. But according to Google Translate, Moroku says, apparently Naraku. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alright. Let's start with the English version. In the English version, Moroku says, I think Naraku planned to get rid of us and Sashomaru all at once. For the translation here, it was, apparently, Naraku was planning to finish us off here in one fell swoop, along with Sashomaru. So the implication here is that the skeletal demon incarnation of Naraku that we just fought was strong enough to be able to take on our entire group and Sashomaru and succeed. And yet our group managed to beat it. The two possibilities are Naraku overestimated the strength of his own incarnation, or he greatly underestimated our strength. Granted, it's Naraku. Both cases are valid. But the other implication here is that if that incarnation really was intended to be that strong that it could take out all of us plus Sashomaru on its own and win, that InuYasha's group is stronger than, is actually stronger than that, and thus stronger than Sashomaru. And very likely, the key to this is Kururugi. Because, let's face it, Kururugi's the new player. Naraku doesn't really know what Kururugi's capable of compared to everyone else. Sure, he could use Utsugi as a measuring stick, but Utsugi is so ungodly powerful that that's not a fair measurement. Let's see. In the English version, come on now. Here we go. In the English version, Kagome says, "But I'm glad you're safe." Which she also says, according to the Google Translate results. So, all right.
それもみんなのおかげだよ。
Let's see. From Kururugi, in the English version, their response is, "Yes, and next time we'll all bring Naraku down." Which is interesting, because that's not what he says here, what Kururugi says here in Japanese. In Japanese, Kururugi says, and it's thanks to you all. Oh, wait. No, I jumped ahead. Never mind. I jumped ahead in the English version. My fault. So, in the English version, Kururugi's response to Kagome's "But I'm glad you're safe" is, "I have every one of you to thank." So the Google Translate result being, "and it's all thanks to you all." Yeah, that's fine.
みんなも無事だし。
Alright. Okay, I'm back on track now. Whoops, that was a slip up from me. From Kagome. Sorry, I don't skip ahead again. In the English version, Kagome says, "and everyone is safe too." According to the Google Translate result, Kagome simply says, "everyone is safe."
次こそはみんなで奈落を倒そう。
Okay, there's the mention of Naraku. Let's see. So in the English version, Kururugi says, "Yes, and next time we'll all bring Naraku down." According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Next time, let's all defeat Naraku together." Yeah, I prefer the wording of the translated result there better.
ああ、そうだな。次は必ず仕留めてやる。
Let's see. From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, "Yes, you're right. We will get him next time." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha responds with, "Yeah, that's right. Next time, we'll definitely finish him off." Again, I'm going to prefer the translated result for that.
でも、一体奈落はどこに行ってしまったんだ。
In the English version, Sango says, "But I wonder where Naraku has escaped to." According to the Google Translate result, Sango says, "But where on earth did Naraku go?"
そうですな。ここには手がかりになるようなものも何も残っていませんし。
Let's see, from Moroku. In the English version, he says, "Yeah, and he hasn't left any clues behind." From the Google Translate results, Moroku's response is, "That's right. There's nothing here that could provide a clue."
ねえ、楓の村に帰ってみない？楓おばあちゃんなら何か知ってるかもしれないし。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Why don't we go to Kaede's village? Kaede may know something." According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Hey, why don't we go back to Kaede's village? Maybe Grandma Kaede might know something." I'm going to prefer the wording from the translation result there over the English version. Largely because of Kagome starting with the, "Hey, why don't we go back to Kaede's village?" Because then it definitely gives off more of a Kagome chiming in with an idea and starting with the hey to get everyone's attention.
それに長いこと帰ってないからきっと心配してるよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome follows up with, besides, we haven't been back there in a long time. She's probably pretty worried. According to the Google Translate result, though, she says, and we haven't been back in a long time. I'm sure she's worried.
そうだね。
Starting with Kururugi nodding in agreement. But it's going to be translated as a yes, I'm pretty damn sure, because the English version has Kururugi say, yes, you're right. The Google Translate, yeah, it translated the sound as a yeah, and then ended with that's right, but I think it should be, again, the nodding in agreement, and then you're right.
Oh, 奈落の行方とな。ここからでは気配は感じられんが。
Now then. From Kaede. God, it's been a while since I've had to say, now Kaede speaks. In the English version, she says, oh, where has Naraku gone? I can't sense him from here. According to the Google Translate results, Kaede is saying, oh, where is Naraku leading? I can't sense him from here. I do think instead of leading, it should say heading? Otherwise, it's pretty much the exact same thing, just swapping out heading with gone.
それよりみんな随分と疲れた顔をしておる。今日は泊まっていったらどうだ?
In the English version, Kaede continues with, anyway, you guys look very tired. Why don't you stay here tonight? While according to the Google Translate results, Kaede says, anyway, you all look very tired. How about you stay over tonight?
休めば何か新しい手を考えつくかもしれんし。
Then ending off from Kaede. In the English version, she says, if you rest, you may come up with some new ideas. According to the Google Translate result, Kaede says, maybe if you take a break, you can come up with something new. And here we have the last day off interval. Which means our final day off with Kagome for the route.
おう、泊まっていくか。それではゆっくり休むがいい。
In the English version, Kaede says, oh, you're staying. Okay then, have a good rest. According to Google Translate results, Kaede says, okay, you are staying the night? Then have a nice rest.
InuYasha 様 今日は一日休みということになさってはいかがでしょうか。
In the English version, Miyoga says, "How about it, InuYasha? What do you think if we take the day off today?" According to Google Translate, Miyoga says, "How is it, InuYasha-sama? How about taking today as a day off?"
そうね、私も賛成だわ。
And then in English, Kagome says, "Sure, I agree too." While according to the Google Translate result, she says, "Yes, I agree."
今日は誰と一緒に過ごしたい？
And now the last time we'll ever hear Kagome ask, "So, who do you want to go with today?" Let's see this through.
ありがとう。
And then that's just Kagome saying thank you. And InuYasha is getting upset.
どうしたんじゃイヌヤシャ？難しい顔して。
Drama? Oh, you haven't seen the drama yet. Oh, that'll start coming into play when we get to Manamo Village, which sadly won't be in this stream. Because I forgot there's a bunch of other stuff that I need to cover. And that's probably going to take an extra stream or two. In the English version, Shippo asks, "What's up, InuYasha? What's the serious face for?" But according to Google Translate, Shippo says, "What's wrong, InuYasha? You look troubled."
Sit.
Oh. That was a quick response. InuYasha, what did you say? In the English version, InuYasha just says, "Shut up." Which is apparently what Google Translate says as well, but considering how quickly InuYasha said it, ooh, he mad. InuYasha mad.
ほらブラブラと散歩でもしてくるとすっか。
But now they all start pairing off. I'm not going to translate this because in the English version, InuYasha went with Shippo, and so
私も
Sango went with
お付き合い
Moroku.
いたしましょう。
じゃあ私はここの掃除でもしとこうかな。オラも。さあ、私たちも行きましょう。
And then Kagome is saying, "Let's go too."
かごめさん、今日はどうする？
And unlike with the other day off events, when we get the CG for this one, there's an entirely unique track to it. All of the routes do have a unique track for their final event, but not only that, the track used between the English and Japanese versions are entirely different. No idea why. In the English version, Michiru asks, "What are you going to do today, Kagome?" And according to Google Translate, Michiru asks Kagome-san, "What should we do today?"
うん、自転車の手入れをしようかと思って。
And yes, I am specifying Michiru this time instead of Kururugi because there is a difference between whether you're playing as Michiru or Kaname here. Actually, if anything, across all of the different routes, every single day off event you spend with Kagome is different between whether you play as Michiru or Kaname. They're like most of it's the same, but there are different ends to them. which makes them interesting. Compared to the others, both Kaname and Michiru will have, on some in actually quite a few instances, the same interactions with the other characters, except for ones that are a bit more important to whether it's a romance or friendship route. And then there's Shippo, which is the same for both of them no matter what. But Kagome's always has a different ending interaction, whether you're playing as Michiru or Kaname. In the English version here, Kagome says, I think I want to fix my bike. According to Google Translate, Kagome says, yeah, I was thinking about getting my bike done. I do think that first bit is Kagome nodding as, like, she's acknowledging Michiru's question. And then just saying, I was thinking about getting my bike done. So, different wording, same context, because in both versions, Kagome wants to work on her bike, but honestly, I'm fine with either result, because,
じゃあ僕も付き合うよ。その後自転車でどっか行かない？
let's see. From Michiru. In the English version, Michiru responds with, okay, I'll help you. Do you want to go for a bike ride afterwards? According to Google Translate, Michiru says, oh, I'll join you then. And after that, do you want to go somewhere on your bike? I think I like the wording of the translated version a bit better. Yeah, they pretty much mean the same thing between them, but just the way Michiru says it according to the translation feels a bit better to me.
Sensei!
And we get the continuation of the previous day off interval here, which isn't present in the English version. Kagome is calling Michiru Sensei. Because in the previous interval, he helped tutor her with her math homework, and she was calling him Sensei. And ended with a very flirtatious Sensei. Huh! And in the English version, Kagome instead just responds with yes. They don't translate this as teacher for the English version. So I'm very interested to see where this goes now.
どうしたの？なんか元気なさそうだけど。
Let's see. So I feel, okay, for the English version, Kagome answering a very straightforward yes is just her being, it's just that, the localizers deciding to have Kagome just be straightforward with, like, yes, I'd like it if you helped me fix my bike, and I would like to go for a bike ride after. But in the Japanese version, Kagome answering Michiru's question was Sensei, and it did sound pretty happy. Like, it almost seemed like she was excited to go for a bike ride with her quote-unquote Sensei. Let's see. For this part, in the English version, Michiru said, says, "What's wrong? Why do you look so down?" According to Google Translate, Michiru is instead saying, "What happened? You don't seem to be in a good mood."
うん。この自転車、ずいぶん傷が増えちゃったなーって。
That seems like a pretty depressed nod. Or at least upset. In the English version, Kagome responds with... Oh, come on now. In the English version, Kagome responds with, "Well, the bike has so many more scratches than I thought it did." According to the Google translation result, Kagome responds with, "This bike has a lot of scratches on it."
通学のための自転車だったのに、このまま傷が増えて、この時代で壊れちゃったら。
Okay. Let's see where the translation continues. According to the Google translation result, uh-oh. That seems a little bit broken. Uh-oh. Okay, no, I think I get it now. So according to the Google Translate results, Kagome continues with, it was a bike for commuting to school. The number of scratches continues to increase. If it breaks in this era..." And then she just trails off. In the English version, she continues with, "I used to use this bike to get to school. If it gets any worse, I may not be able to ride it anymore." It's interesting, though, that the Japanese version, Kagome specifies the bike breaking in this era. Interesting.
そうか。かごめさんも現代のことを思い出して寂しい時があるんだ。
Alright, here we go! Michiru's inner thoughts. In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "I can see that Kagome thinks about the present too, and she misses it sometimes." According to the Google Translate results, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "I see. Kagome-san also feels lonely sometimes when she remembers the present day."
これって僕にしかわからないことなんだろうな、やっぱり。
In the English version, Michiru continues with, "Am I the only one that can tell? I guess so." But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts continue with, "This is something only I know. I wonder, after all." I don't know. Something about that doesn't feel right. Huh. I do feel like this needs to be reworded. I'm gonna try something here. This one, okay. Second. Okay, considering the English version has Kururugi say, "Am I the only one that can tell?" I think the first part should translate to, "Is this something only I know?" I think I'd change the "I wonder" after all to simply "I wonder," and add an ellipsis at the end of like, so that Kururugi's like thinking on whether or not he really is the only one that can see that Kagome does miss the present.
よし、かごめさん、乗って自転車に。
Alright, here we go. In the English version, Kagome, or Michiru says, "Come on, Kagome, get on the bike." From the Google Translate result, Michiru instead says, "Okay, Kagome, get on your bike."
Eh?
And then Kagome's just confused, like, "What?" The English version instead has her say, "Huh?"
いいから乗って乗って。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, "It doesn't matter, just get on." The Google Translate results, I almost want to assume will be, "Don't worry, get on, get on." If frickin' translate will work. Uh-oh. Is it having a bad moment? No, there we go. Okay, according to Google Translate, Michiru says, "Okay then, get on, get on." I still think I'd reword it to, "Don't worry, get on, get on." And then she's, of course, that's just a hesitant nod because she has no idea what Michiru's planning. But
よし、準備はいい？行くよ。
yeah, this is very much a different song than what they, different track than what they use in the English version. This is definitely different. Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, "Alright, are you ready? Here we go!" According to the Google Translate result, he says, "Okay, are you ready? Let's go!" And then it starts with Kagome being taken by surprise, and then she starts laughing. Changing the song is such an odd choice, but gosh, this seems adorable so far. It is. Yeah, and now, Kagome is completely enjoying herself. Like, this is a really good surprise for her. In the English version, Kagome continues laughing and then saying, "So fast!" From the Google Translate result, Kagome keeps laughing because, again, she's enjoying herself. And then apparently saying, "Fast, fast!" So I think to reword it as a translation, I'd probably have it of Kagome saying, "So fast!" Or just use the English versions, "It's so fast."
よし、もう少しスピードを。
Okay, no! Michiru panting like he's out of breath here is not present in the English version, but this adds so much because it very much adds that Michiru is pushing Kagome along on the bike. In the English version, Michiru just says, "Okay, here we go, a little faster," with no hint of exhaustion or anything, no panting, whatever. Kind of making it suggest that this is not an issue for Michiru in the English version, until a bit later. But according to Google Translate, taking the panting and heavy breathing into account while he's running and pushing Kagome along, is saying, "Alright, just a little bit more speed."
どう？カゴメさん、元気出た？
No, like, this adds so much. This adds so much. Holy shit. This is such a nice touch. In the English version, Michiru asks, "How is it, Kagome? Do you feel better now?" According to the Google Translate result, again, taking the pants and heavy breathing into account, Michiru is saying, "How is it? Kagome-san, are you okay?"
ありがとう。気を使ってくれて。
And that's a happy nod from Kagome. To confirm that she is. In the English version, Kagome replies with, "Yes, thank you for being concerned." According to the Google Translate result, interesting wording here! But like I said, in the English version, Kagome says, "Thank you for being concerned." The Google Translate result has Kagome saying, "Thank you for caring." But also, the English version has Kagome and "Thank you for being concerned" with an exclamation mark. The Japanese version here, ending with an ellipses, I think is a very interesting touch that suggests something a little deeper for Kagome. Like, she's incredibly glad that someone cared to try and make her happy.
いいよ、カゴメさんが元気になるなら。
In the English version, Michiru says, "You're welcome, as long as you feel better." According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi, or Michiru says, "It's fine, if it makes Kagome feel better." I'm curious if I'd keep it as if it makes Kagome feel better or if it makes you feel better. Or probably have it be so long as you feel better.
ありがとう。もう元気100倍。
In the English version, Kagome follows up with, "Thank you. I feel 100% better." From the Google Translate result, Kagome answers with, "Yes, thank you. I'm fine now. I'm 100% fine." I don't think that yes needs to be there because that is definitely Kagome just giving a happy nod, saying, and then saying thank you.
それはよかった。でももうさすがに息が切れて。
Oh yeah, no, Michiru is running out of steam. Oh, you can hear it, and I actually love that attention to detail. Holy shit, the English version dropped the ball so fucking hard here. In the English version, Michiru says, "I'm glad. And now, I'm totally pooped." Let's see. According to the Google Translate results, Michiru's saying, "That's good. That's good. But I'm getting out of breath."
あー、ダメ。男の子でしょ。頑張りなさい。
And now Kagome's just being completely playful. Like, this is absolutely a playful tone. In the English version, Kagome says, "Aw, no. Come on, you're a man, aren't you? You can do it." Voice acting is so sweet and tender. According to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, no, you're a boy. Do your best." Okay, no, there is some difference here. The English version having Kagome say, "Come on, you're a man, aren't you? You can do it." Versus the Japanese one being, "You're a boy, do your best." I do think there's enough of a difference here, but I honestly don't know if I could really piece it together. Like, it is definitely, at least for the Japanese version, Kagome is very much being more playful in her tone.
そんな。
Okay, here's a big thing that I actually had an issue with in the English version. In the English version, Michiru very pathetically responds with, "What? Oh." But according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's response is, "Eh? No way." The English version having Michiru say, "No," very much makes him sound very wimpy. I am not going to argue that. And again, the English version doesn't add the details of Michiru being out of breath and just completely toast. The only indication is Michiru's previous dialogue saying that they're pooped. But from the Japanese version, Michiru going, "No way," when we've been hearing him running out of breath, spending all the energy he had just to push Kagome along on her bike to make her happy and make her feel better. Like, this isn't a whippy "no way." This is a completely exhausted "no way." But that's it. That's the last one for them. Oh. And we get a little extra scene seeing InuYasha and Moroku. This is something random. It doesn't always happen on this. Sometimes you'll just see the other pair doing something at the end of an event. You see what they were up to. Oh god, it's this one! Okay. I can't really translate this because I don't know if I got it on the English. When I did the English version. And if I did when I did it, I'd have to look so far. Oh no. I'm gonna have to ignore this one. I'm gonna have to ignore it. But the gist of this is Moroku and InuYasha come across a really weird drawing on a wall. They think it leads to something, but they can't get it open. Or InuYasha tries to push it open. It ain't moving. Moroku's like, well, if you can't push it, try lifting and it goes up. But then there's nothing on the other side. It's just a cave. So the door comes back down. And InuYasha's like, okay, but the drawing still looks weird. And then another villager, a random villager comes by and points out, oh, those kids must have been drawing on the walls again. Yeah, no, I definitely very much like that in that event with. I definitely enjoy that last Michiru and Kagome event in the Japanese version a lot better because the extra details of Michiru running out of breath just adds a lot more. Ah, those darn kids drawing on the walls. Had a good time with Kagome, and their friendship grew.
Oh,
hello. That's a name we haven't heard in a while. In the English version, Kaede says, actually, a traveler named Kakuju is here in this village. According to Google Translate, Kaede says, now that I think about it, an old traveling woman named Kakuju came to this village. Now, Google Translate has it as old traveling man, but considering we're playing as Michiru, Kakuju's an old woman, so
あのお方なら方々旅をしておられるそうだから、何やらご存知かも。
And then, Kaede continues in English with, Kakuju has been traveling all over the place. Perhaps the traveler knows something. Google Translate seems to have, messed up here. Because apparently, according to the translation results, Kakuju says, I heard she travels a lot. Maybe she knows something. Considering all the text that's on screen, that doesn't feel right. Okay. Let's try this piece by piece. If that person... Uh-oh. Let's see. One moment. Oh, I'm not really getting anything. One moment. All right. The Google Translate result just seems a little too little for everything that's here. So, I almost want to say I'd rather go with the English result for the time being, unless I could, unless I could find someone better at translating who could give something more concrete out of this.
角樹ばあちゃんが村にいるの？
Let's see here. From Kururugi, the response is, what? Grandma Kakuju is in this village? Again, if you're playing as Kaname, it would be Grandpa Kakuju. From the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, Grandma Kakuju is in the village?
白寿様とは知り合いになっておったか?
And Kaede refers to them as Kakuju-sama. Interesting. In the English version, Kaede says, you've already met Kakuju? According to the Google Translate results, Kaede says, have you ever become acquainted with Kakuju-sama? I do think I'd reword that to, for something that would fit closer to the English version, probably to, you're previously acquainted with Kakuju-sama.
うん。それじゃあ角樹ばあちゃんを探してみるよ。
From Michiru, or from Kururugi in the English version, just says, thank you, Kaede. Hold on. That doesn't seem right, considering what the Japanese version has here. What? Yeah, no. Okay, English version. Kururugi just follows up with thank you, Kaede. But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi follows up with, okay, then I'll go look for Grandma Kakachu. So either the English version completely changed what Kururugi says here, or they cut this part and added a later part of Kururugi saying thank you to Kaede. But considering we've got the quotation, the Japanese quotation end, I get the feeling the English version just completely replaced what the result was, or what the actual translation was. Yeah, holy crap, they did. Okay. But with that, we're gonna go for a quick little break. And we're back. Now, let's look for Grandma Kakaju, because it's been a while since we've seen her.
お前さんか。元気そうじゃな。
Been a while, Gran. Let's see. In the English version, Kakaju simply says, "You look good." According to Google Translate, however, Kakaju says, "Oh, you're in good spirits." Oh. Okay. I do think the English version, having Kakachu say, "You look good," considering Kakachu's eyes don't work, so Kakachu can't even see, makes no goddamn sense. But as far as the Google translation result goes, I do think I'd change it a bit to you seem to be in good spirits. Even if Kakachu can't see us, like they can tell when shit's going on. And that's why we love Gran.
奈落の行方とな。わしのもとには聞こえてこぬの。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kakachu continues with, "Where is Naraku? I haven't heard anything." Uh-oh. The Google translation result's a little weird again. One moment. Okay, the Google translation result is coming up as, "What will become of Naraku?" I can't hear it. The Deep L translation result, however, is actually a little bit better. With Kakachu saying, "Where is Naraku? I have not heard from him." I do think that needs to be reworded a little bit, especially considering how much Japanese text is at the bottom. Starting with the where is Naraku? I think... Considering it ends on an ellipses in the Japanese text, probably to... I'd probably change that to, "Where could Naraku be?" And then the last bit... probably I haven't heard anything about him recently. That sounds a bit better to me. So it would come off as, where could Naraku be? I have not heard anything about him as of late.
そうじゃのう。わしが知っている話といえば、この前行った水面の村で。
And there's the mention of Minamo Village. But unfortunately, we're not going to get to that this stream. Let's see. In the English version, Kakuju says... Kakuju says, the last time I was in Minamo Village, I heard that. And then it cuts off because there's more to the dialogue. Let's see. According to Google Translate, Kakuju says, that's right. The story I know... oh, hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. Oh, boy. Oh. Okay, that's... How was the issue there? Okay, the DML translation result helps fix things up a little bit. So I think the translation results I'd go with. I'm not going to repeat either of the results I got because they are pretty broken and don't really make a lot of sense. But using them, I think the translation should be... I'll tell you what, the only story I know is the other day when I went to Minamo Village.
最近神隠しが頻繁に起こって、村の者が困っておったということくらいかの。
Let's see, let's check the translation first here. According to the Google Translate results, recently there have been a lot of cases of people being spirited away, and the villagers have been worried. Okay. In the English version, Kakuju continues with, many of the villagers have been spirited away. The villagers didn't know what to do.
神隠しか。
And then Kururugi, in the English version, responds with, spirited away? Almost like they... though the way Kururugi says it, it seems to suggest that Kururugi has never heard the phrase spirited away before. But according to Google Translate, Kururugi's response is spirited away, huh? Suggesting that Kururugi has heard of what being spirited away means, but is a little curious about what's going on.
すまんの、役に立てんで。
Let's see. Then from Kakuju, in the English version says, I'm sorry that I'm not much help. From the Google Translate results, Kagome says, "Sorry, I can't help you." I do think that could be reworded to, "Sorry, I'm not much help." But we have our next destination. At least for the story. We have a bunch of other destinations to go to, however. Oh, hey, we only have 2. Alright. Okay. So something that bothered me when I did this part in the English version is Rindo Village, from what I've heard, was supposed to have one of these special events as well. But it didn't appear. And I was confused by it. And it's not here either in the Japanese version. But I did see it available on when I was watching someone else play the game. And they were specifically on Moroku's route. So the only thing I can figure is that the event in Rindo Village, because it is tied to Moroku, he has an important part to play in that event, only unlocks if you have either a sufficient enough progress on Moroku's day off events. If you have enough progress on his events to warranted locking you into his route, or if you've done all of his events to guarantee you're on Moroku's route, and so the event gets tied to that. That's the only thing I can think of, and the only way I'll be able to find that out is when I eventually do Moroku's route. But since we have 2 events to do, I'm going to make a save state, and I'm going to do them both, because I did both of them in the English version, just to show what they were. Of the 2, my favorite is the one at Mount Ho-Oh. Provided I have the time for it, I will show why that is. First off, actually, did I go here first? No, I didn't. Okay, I went to Mount Ho-Oh first. Makes sense, because there is something I need to pick up in Ayame Village, and since it has an event there, better than going there twice. So, here's the event at Mount Ho-Oh. And what I like about it is that it adds an additional bit of story for Koga. We get to meet Koga's grandpa. Or at least the person, at least according to the English version, the person Koga treats as a grandfather figure. Well, I was kind of hoping I'd get some random encounters, because I very much need a lot. Oh wait, no, considering I'm going to be loading the save state, this isn't going to count anyway. Okay. Well, whatever. Actually, yeah, no, let's just defend and let Moroku take care of them. Alright. Get him. Okay, I was going the wrong way a little bit. Good thing I checked.
成敗いたしましたな。
Alright, here we go. Well, that's sure as hell an old man voice. In the English version, Robai is calling out, "Hey! Hello!" Oh! Oh, this is interesting. So the English version actually does give this character their name, Robai, which I do think is... which I do think Koga actually calls him by, or he introduces himself. But according to the translation, his nameplate is just Old Wolf. Okay. But according to the translation, he's calling out, "Hey! Hey!"
あれ、なんだか声がするけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "I think I hear someone." According to Google Translate, Kururugi says, "Huh? I hear some kind of voice, though." I do think that needs to be reworded to, "I think I hear someone's voice." And that's just the robot calling out, "Hey!" again, but incredibly more ragged and just does not sound good.
どんどん遠ざかっていくみたいだけど。
Let's see. What are you saying here, Kagome? In the English version, Kagome says, "It sounds like it's getting farther away." From the Google Translate results, Kagome says, "It seems like we're getting further and further away." I do think it can be changed from "it seems like we're getting further and further away" to "it seems like it's getting further and further away," referring to the voice, because that is what the English version was going for. Okay. There's a good attention to detail by having this old man just so completely out of breath. The English version, the English voice they used for Robai wasn't too bad. It was very much a solid old man voice, but it wasn't like this, I'm pretty sure. In the English version, Robai calls out, "Hey, you! Won't you help an old man out?" According to the Google Translate result, Robai is saying, "You guys, why don't you show some consideration to the elderly?" I do think instead of "you guys," it could be "you all," refer to as a way to refer to the group. And then InuYasha is just completely baffled. In the English version, InuYasha's response is, "Huh? Hey, who's this old guy?" According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha's response is, "Wow, what is this old man?"
遠ざかっていたのではなく、疲れて声が小さくなっていただけでしたか。
In the English version, Moroku responds with, "It's not that he was getting farther away. His voice was getting quieter because he was getting tired." According to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, "It wasn't that he was distant. It was just that he was tired and his voice was getting quieter."
で、何の用じゃ？
Shippo, what do you got? In the English version, Shippo responds with, "So, what do you need?" According to the Google Translate result, Shippo instead asks, "So, what do you want?"
ようはて。
In the English version, Robai responds with, "Need? Oh no. Oh, the translation result. Okay. So, according to translations, Robai is responding with, need? But then for some reason, according to both translations, the last bit is coming out as hate? But I don't think that's right. It should be the old man's mumbling like, crap, what did I need? Or what did I want?
おじいさん、うちがどっちかわかる？
Whatever. Let's see, from Songo. In the English version, Songo says, "Old man, do you know which way your house is?" From the Google Translate results, Songo asks, "Grandpa, do you know where the house is?" I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be where your house is, but alright.
年寄りだと思ってバカにしよって。要はな、要は、
In the English version, Robai snaps back with, "You think 'cause I'm old that you think 'cause I'm old you can treat me like an idiot? What I need is, according to the Google translation result, Robai responds with, "Don't make fun of me because I'm old. What I need,
おお、そうじゃ、思い出したぞ。それ。
In the English version, he continues with, "Oh yeah, I remember now. That." According to the Google Translate results, Robai continues with, "Oh, that's right. I remember now. Here you go." I almost wanted to say it's supposed to be "here I go" because,
What?
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi being taken off guard because Robai is stealing the kid. Only to fail.
僕をさらおうとしてるのはわかるんだけど、 その体じゃちょっと。
So, why was Robai trying to take Kururugi? I mean, English version, I know why, but I'm curious if the Japanese version has anything different. Because English version, has some interesting implications. In the English version, Kururugi says, I know you were trying to take me away, but that's pretty impossible at your age. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, I know you're trying to kidnap me, but with that body...
うるさいわい。ちっと疲れとっただけじゃ。水持ってこい。
I really like Robai as a character. I think he's really fun. In the English version, Robai responds with, oh, be quiet. I'm just a little tired. Bring me some water. According to the Google Translate result, Robai's response is, shut up! I'm just a little tired. Bring me some water. I mean, it's literally the exact same between them. The only difference is English version is "oh, be quiet," and the Google Translate and the translation is coming up as "shut up," which I actually think I'd go with the English one here, with the just having the old man say "be quiet," or probably "shut your mouth."
何威張ってやがんだこのじじい。
Then from InuYasha, in the English version, says, what makes that geezer think he can be so bossy? From the Google Translate results, apparently InuYasha is saying, what are you bragging about, you old man? I don't know if that's accurate. Or I don't know if that's what he should be saying. The Deep L translation result apparently has InuYasha saying, what the hell are you yelling at me for, you old man? Which I actually think is a bit more fitting, especially given InuYasha's character. Plus the Google Translate result having bragging, which, bragging about what? The old man wasn't bragging about anything.
ご老人のお茶目というわけでもなさそうですが。
Let's see. From Moroku. In the English version, he says, he's just being a charming old man. But according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, I don't think it's just some old man's joke. Interesting. Completely changed the text and probably the context.
咳もしてるし、このままじゃこの先の川に連れて行って水を飲ませてあげましょう。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says he's coughing. We can't leave him like this. Let's take him to the river and get him some water. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kagome says he's coughing, and if he keeps going like this, let's take him to the river up ahead and give him some water. I'm definitely going to prefer the translated result here, because Kagome is very much implying that if the old man just keeps going as he has been and doesn't get the water he actually needs, he probably won't survive.
水一人で飲める？
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi here says, "Can you drink the water by yourself?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's asking, "Can you drink water by yourself?"
年寄り扱いすんな。水ぐらい一人で飲めるわい。おい、水を汲んでこい。
Okay. Let's see. Robai. What do you have here? In the English version, Robai responds with, "Don't treat me like an old fogey. Of course I can drink on my own. Now, go bring me some." Uh-oh. Okay. According to the translation results, Robai says, Don't treat me like an old man. I can drink water by myself. Hey, get me some water."
はいはい。
Okay, that's very much Kururugi kind of ignoring him. Alright. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, "Okay, okay." The Google Translate result apparently translates this literally with yes, yes, but I'd honestly be fine with Kururugi being sure, sure.
返事は一回じゃと習っとらんのか。まったく最近の若いもんは。
Let's see. In the English version, Robai responds with, "Didn't they teach you to only ever answer once? Good grief, the young people these days." According to the Google Translate result, Robai responds with, "Don't you think you should only reply once? Young people these days are really..."
ご隠居、こんなとこにいたのかよ。いきなりいなくなるから探したぜ。
Hi, Koga! Please take your old man. In the English version, Koga says, "Old man, this is where you went. I went looking for you because you disappeared so suddenly." I'm sorry, what? What is this translation? Okay, so apparently Google Translate has this as retirement. So this is where you were. He suddenly disappeared, so I went looking for him. I don't know why I translated that first part as retirement. I was drawing as I was listening to this. I really just felt like I heard the old man explode, and now Koga's here. Yeah, no, they have a unique sound effect for when Koga goes fast. So I'm pretty sure the translation is supposed to be Koga saying, "Old man, so this is where you were. You suddenly disappeared, so I went looking for you." And that's just Kagome being surprised that Koga's here.
痩せ狼。
I don't need to translate that. That's just InuYasha calling him a scrawny wolf. Or, from what the translation had been giving me when I was in the forest, apparently skinny wolf. But whatever. Don't need to translate this because I know. Because, let's face it, we all know what it is.
なんだお前らか。うちのご隠居が迷惑かけちまったな。
Let's see. What are you saying here, Koga? In the English version, Koga says, "Hey, it's you guys. Sorry this retiree here troubled you." Google Translate, what? What? Okay. First of all, I'm gonna read the Deep L translation result. Because that's accurate. I'll read off the Google result later. You're gonna find this whole... If you remember the bit with InuYasha that I shared with the translation flub regarding InuYasha from way earlier, back in November. This is similar. This is a similar one. So, the DeepL translation result from Koga is, "What's up with you guys? My old man has caused you a lot of trouble." Yeah, I do feel like it can be reworded. The Google translation result apparently has Koga saying, "What is it, you guys? My retired husband has caused trouble." I didn't know Koga was gay, but okay. Koga, that's a bit of an age gap, buddy. I don't know why it translated like that, but okay. But then it makes you wonder, if Koga's already married to Robai, why does he want Kagome? Why is he after Kagome? You're already married, buddy. Polyamorous can... Like I said, sometimes you get some really interesting translation results. But I'm pretty sure the actual translation is supposed to be something like, "Oh, hey, it's you guys. Sorry, my old man is I'm sorry if my old man is causing trouble." Even though I don't think he said sorry in that text, but wild translation. That's why we take Google Translate with a grain of salt. And yet, Google Translate has more often than not been the most accurate thing I've used. The Deep L translation very rarely has had better. And of course, it would be a lot better if I actually knew Japanese. But I struggle to learn other languages. More specifically, I struggle to retain that information. So, not going to be a thing. But yeah, so this is very likely meant to be Koga saying, "Oh, hey, it's you guys. Sorry if my old man has caused any trouble." Again, even though I don't think Koga said sorry anywhere in that sentence, like, that's the best thing I could figure. Especially using the English version as a base.
なんじゃその言い草は。わしが何の迷惑をかけたって言うんじゃ。
In the English version, Robai responds with, "What did you say that for? Why would I be any trouble?" According to Google Translate, Robai responds with, "What the hell are you saying? What trouble have I caused you?"
何の関係もねえ奴らに無理やり世話させてんじゃねえか。
And Koga's response in English is, you can't just go around forcing complete strangers to help you. According to the Google Translate result, Koga says, you're forcing people who have nothing to do with you to take care of you.
何を言っとる。こやつらはただものじゃないぞ。彦の玉に縁のある奴らじゃ。
And there's the Shikon Jewel mention. So, what do you say here, old man? Because this is a point of interest. Okay, that's a little iffy. Okay. So in the English version, Robai says, you don't know what you're talking about. These guys aren't just anybody. They have a shard of the Shikon Jewel. Okay. So then why were you taking Kururugi? Kagome is the only one who handles the jewel shards. Why did you take the human who doesn't touch them? According to the Google Translate result, Robai says, what are you talking about? These guys are no ordinary people. And then apparently ends on, they are those who have a connection with the Shikon Jewel. Which I'd probably change that last bit to just, they have shards of the Shikon Jewel. Or at least a shard.
そこでわしが知恵を絞って捕まえてきたというわけじゃ。
In the English version, Robai continues with, that's why I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a way to catch them. According to the Google Translate result, Robai continues with, so I racked my brains and that's what I did to catch them.
ご隠居さんってことは、この人も養老族?
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi speaks up saying, retiree, you say. Does that mean he used to be part of the Wolf Demon clan? According to Google Translate, Kururugi's apparently saying retired man. So this person is also a wolf demon? So there had to have been a point where the translation was supposed to have retired old man, but I don't think I saw it. Again, translation results being a little weird.
まあな、群れで一番の年寄りでよ。今は俺らが面倒見てんだ。
You know, honestly, I do think the inclusion of Robai is one of the best additions to Koga's story. Like, to Koga's personal story. In the English version, Koga says, he's the oldest member of our clan. I take care of him now. According to the Google Translate results, Koga says, well, he's the oldest in the pack, and we're taking care of him now. I'm curious if that we're taking care of him now is supposed to be an I'm taking care of him now. But I guess that'll depend if the Japanese version brings up that Robai was the one who acted as Koga's grandfather. If not, then I guess Robai's just some random old wolf demon. I hate Koga generally, but I love his Japanese voice actor, and this scene seems really interesting. Yeah, like, I mentioned this back when I did the English version of the game. I'm not that big on Koga either. I do feel like Koga could have been written out of the story and nothing would change. Because, let's be perfectly honest, if Kagura and Naraku didn't completely wipe out Koga's clan and set him on that quest of vengeance, the only thing Koga would exist for is to start fights with InuYasha over Kagome and eventually just give the jewel shards back to Kagome. He would have absolutely nothing to do with the plot. He would absolutely be a completely useless character. But regarding the voice actor, I am liking Koga's Japanese voice a bit more than Scott McNeil for the English version. But I think that's largely because Koga's Japanese voice does come off a bit calmer. But then you also need to take accents and dialects into account, which I would not be able to freaking pinpoint anything on. So that's probably why, for the English dub, they had Scott McNeil come off as a bit more rough. His voice is a lot softer in this version. Oh, sorry about that. His voice is a lot softer in this version. It's just nice to listen to. Yeah, I'll agree on that. Let's see. What did you say, old man? In the English version, Robai says, "You don't have to take care of me. Don't get all self-important. You, the little squirt that I raised." Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. That starts a little weird. Okay, so according to the Google Translate result, Robai starts with a cough, and then says, "I don't want any trouble. In the first place, I was the one taking care of you. Don't act all high and mighty, Chibisuke." Okay, so Koga's nickname was Chibisuke. Alright. Let's see. In the English version, Robai continues with, "Who do you think taught you how to hunt when you were barely walking?" While according to the Google Translate result, Robai says, "Who do you think taught you how to hunt as a toddler?" I think, anyway. What does the other translator have? Yeah, another translator's broken. Okay. So, yeah, no, that's gonna have to be the best I can do.
痩せ狼、おめえ一人で狩りもできなかったのかよ。
I'm a little surprised that for the Japanese version, InuYasha doesn't laugh at Koga and call him Chibisuke. But, okay. In the English version, InuYasha goes, "Scrawny wolf, you couldn't even hunt on your own." From the Google Translate results, InuYasha stifled a laugh there with that, "You scrawny wolf, you couldn't even hunt on your own?" That got Koga. That's something InuYasha can hold over Koga for years.
群れからはぐれて泣きべそかいとったこともあったな。
Yeah, no, that absolutely would be something that InuYasha just holds over Koga, like, you loser, you couldn't even hunt on your own. In the English version, Robai says, I remember when you were crying because you got separated from the clan. The Google Translate results, verbatim comes out as separated from the herd. There were times when you were crying. I do feel like that needs to be reworded. The Deep L translation result isn't too much better, coming up with straight from the herd. There was a time when you cried like a baby. I think reworded it should be, there were times when you were crying like a baby because you got separated from the clan. InuYasha is having a field day. This is the best day of his life.
小さい頃の話だ。
In the English version, Koga defends himself with, I was just a young pup then. According to the Google Translate result, Koga's defense is, it's a story about when I was little.
コウガ君が泣きべそ？ちょっと今の姿からは想像できないわね。
Oh, right. I think in the English version, what Kagome says here actually makes Koga feel insulted. In the English version, Kagome says, you were a crybaby? I can't imagine. In the English version, or sorry, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, Koga-kun was crying? I can't even imagine it looking at... I can't... hold... Oh, no, that's confusing me a little. Okay. Yeah. So the translation then is, Koga-kun was crying? I can't imagine what you'd look like now. Yeah, like, she can't picture what he'd look like crying because...
Kagome まで。
Let's see. In the English version, Koga responds with, you too, Kagome? But apparently... Huh. I actually don't know what this is trying to translate to. The Deep L translator apparently has Koga saying to Kagome, but the Google Translate result has Koga saying until Kagome, but I don't know if either of those is actually correct. Or what it's a... Or... If either of them are, I'd assume the Google Translate one is more correct. And it's supposed to be Koga saying that until he met Kagome, he didn't, but we can already... tell that that's a lot of crap. So, I have no idea here. So I almost want to say that, like, Koga's insulted that Kagome's thinking about it now.
あ、笑ってるんじゃないのよ。可愛いなって思っただけ。
Oh no. Oh no. Here comes the insult. In the English version, Kagome says, "Oh, I wasn't laughing. I just thought it was kind of cute." Let's see. According to Google Translate, Kagome responds with, "Oh, I'm not laughing. I just thought it was cute." Okay, so that bit that I was having trouble with for Koga, I'm pretty sure it should have translated to "You too, Kagome," like just like the English version had, and he's like, "Oh no."
そういうあったかい目で見られるのが男としては辛いんだよ。
This is taking a bit longer because I forgot how long this one was. So we're gonna be here for a bit until this is finished. In the English version, Koga responds with, "I don't like girls thinking of me like that." So Koga doesn't want girls thinking that he was cute. But according to the Google Translate results, Koga says, "It's painful for a man to not be looked at with such warm eyes." To not be looked at? Okay, no, I think the translation is supposed to be, "It's painful for a man to be looked at with such warm eyes." Because the Deep L translation apparently has Koga saying, "I can't see myself in such a warm way. It's hard for me as a man." So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be, "It's painful for a man to be looked at with such warm eyes." So, yeah, no, he does not like being seen as cute.
それだけじゃないぞ。
Let's see here. And then Robai continues. In the English version, Robai says, "There's more!" While the Google Translate result has him say, "That's not all." It's like, Robai really is the, "But I'm not done yet!"
やめろ、やめてくれ。それ以上は本当にシャレになんねえ。
The absolute panic in Koga's voice trying to get Robai to stop. That is not present in the English version, so I appreciate this. In the English version, Koga says, "Stop it! Stop it, please! You're making me look bad!" According to the Google Translate result, Koga says, "Stop it! Stop it! Anything more than that is no joke!"
ご隠居、今は俺が群れの頭張ってんだ。若いもんに任せて寝てろよ。
In the English version, Koga continues with, "Old man, I'm the clan leader now. Go to sleep and leave it to the young people, like us." According to the Google Translate results, Koga says, "Old man, I'm the leader of the pack now. Leave it to the young man and go to sleep."
お前ら若いもんがシャキッとせんから、我が一族はいつまでも地味なんじゃ。
Let's see. In the English version, Robai's response is, You young people don't even know how to make a firm stand. That's why our clan doesn't succeed. I don't know what to make of this Google Translate result. Let's try this other one. Ah, interesting. Going by the translation result, the English version very much changed what Robai says here. But, according to the Google Translate result, Robai's response to Koga is, "Hey, you young ones, because I'm not feeling refreshed, my family will always be modest." Yeah, I don't trust that. I don't trust that one bit. And yet I'm not getting any changes by taking it apart. So I guess for now I wait until I can find someone who can do a better translation and otherwise stick with what the English version did, because I don't know what the hell's going on otherwise.
で、紫紺の玉の匂いがするやつを捕まえてきたってわけかよ。
Let's see. What do you have here, Koga? In the English version, Koga says, "So, you came to get the boy that smells like a shard from the Shikon jewel?" That's where we get something interesting. Because in the Google Translate result, Koga says, "So, you caught something that smelled like the Shikon jewel?" Again, if Robai could smell the Shikon jewel, why did he grab Kururugi? Kururugi isn't the one who carries the Shikon jewel. Kagome is. Because she's the only one of the group with the power to purify it. So it's safest in her possession. Why did he go for Kururugi first? The only thing I can think of is that Kururugi's power is incredibly similar to the Shikon jewel. And there is actually some in-game evidence with this through the co-op text. Because with Kururugi's text, it's all about Kururugi using their Shikigami to strengthen the others for even bigger and stronger attacks. And what does the Shikon Jewel do? It enhances the powers of those that use it. They do the same thing. The only difference is Kururugi's power can also do other things. So in short, Kururugi's use of Shikigami is probably roughly on par with the Shikon Jewel. And of course, if Kururugi trains to get even stronger, the effects on others will get stronger as well, and probably even surpass the Shikon Jewel. Now, from Robai, in the English version, says, "Koga, this kid definitely has the shard of the..." And there we have some confirmation. In the English version, Robai says this kid definitely has the shard when he went for Kururugi. But Kururugi doesn't have the shard, so... Though, according to the Google Translate result, Robai says, "Koga, these are undoubtedly the Shikon," and then starts coughing.
ご隠居、大丈夫かよ。
And then in the English version, Koga says, "Are you okay, old man?" Which the Google Translate result also has, so that matches up.
これぐらいなんでも
Damn, that is some good coughing. I mean, that is some very bad coughing, but damn, the voice actor can pull off some really bad hard coughs pretty damn well. In the English version, Robai says, "I can deal with..." According to the Google Translate result, though, Robai is apparently saying, "That's about it. Anything." And then... I don't need to translate that. That's just Koga calling out old man.
Koga, ご隠居さんすごく具合が悪そうだよ。
Let's see here. Today's stream's gonna be going for a little while longer. Let's see, in the English version, Kururugi says, "Koga, your old man seems like he's really sick." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, "Koga, your old man doesn't look very well." Okay, the actual result that I'm getting from Google Translate is, "Koga, old man, you look very unwell." So I'm wondering... Okay. The Deep L translation result is giving... is having Kururugi say, "Koga, your old man. He looks really sick." So pretty much what I was trying to go for. But the Google Translate result is coming up as, "Koga, old man, you look very unwell." So I almost want to wonder if the Google Translate result is trying to imply that Kururugi is addressing Koga, and then Robai telling Robai that he looks unwell. But I think I'd rather go with the idea of... I guess pretty much what the English version has, with Kururugi saying, "Koga, your old man seems like he's really sick." Sure!
ああ、もう年だし体も弱ってんだ。なのに無茶ばっかしやがって。
I don't think this will go for too much longer, though. In the English version, Koga responds with, "Yes, he's old and his body is weak, but he still tries too hard." From the Google Translate results, Koga says, "Yeah, he's getting old and his body is weak, but he always does crazy things."
なんとかしてあげられないかな。
And then let's see. English version, Kururugi says, "Is there anything we can do for him?" From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is apparently saying, "Is there anything I can do?" But I feel like it should be, "Is there anything we can do?"
この山の頂上にせき止めのキノコがあるはずなんだけどよ。
In the English version, Koga responds with, "There's a mushroom that cures the cough at the top of this mountain." According to Google Translate, Koga says, "There should be a cough suppressant mushroom at the top of this mountain."
山の頂上に？それじゃあ探しに行こうよ。僕も手伝うよ。早く行こう。
And then in the English version, Kururugi responds with, "At the top of the mountain? Let's go look for it. I'll help too. Let's go quickly." According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, "On top of the mountain? Well then, let's go find out. I'll help you too. Let's go quickly." I'm not a fan of the "let's go quickly." I would much rather it be a "let's hurry." Oh no! I forgot there was actually a portion where you have to wander around. Oh no, if I get into any fights, this is going to take a while. Oh boy. In the English version, Kururugi says, "I'm going to look for it." And according to the Google Translate result, says, "Then I'll go."
そんなじじいほっときゃいいからな。
Let's see. From Koga, in the English version, he says, "Only you just mind your own business, Gramps." Apparently, from Google Translate, Koga says, "Just leave that old man alone." I don't think that's what it should be. I don't think the Deep L translation result's doing any better, because Koga's apparently saying "such an old man. I'll leave you alone." I almost want to say the translation should be, "You should have just left things alone, old man." Just to line up a bit closer to the English version, but again, sometimes there are just complete differences between what the English version goes with and what the translations turn out. I pointed them out.
頂上ってことは、とにかく上に行けばいいんだね。
Alright, Kururugi. In the English version, you say, "So, it's at the top, right? I'll just head in that direction for now." From Google Translate, Kururugi says, "If it's the summit, then I just need to go up." And apparently Koga just kind of goes with us, even though he's not actually in the party. Alright. Even Kururugi's smart enough to say, "Okay, I just need to go up." So Shomura was too stupid to do that when he went into the castle. And apparently got lost. Yeah, it's definitely a little late for me to be going for a break, so may as well just run this through to the end.
尻尾もたまにはやるな。しゃあ。
Nope, wrong one.
往生しやがれ。鬼神決闘。来い。行くよ、飛来骨。よし。
はい。
Yeah, screw it. I'll just get it over with. Wrong one. Come on, Moroku. Thank you.
これではどうです？風間！成敗いたしましたな。
Uh-huh. Uh,
不意打ちシャラクセ。
もうダメみたい。カゴメ
well, there's the instant kill. I had a feeling it would show up sooner or later. Or rather, I had a feeling someone was gonna get hit by it at some point. There was no way I was getting off scot-free. Well, at least Moroku's got energy. So I can have him bring her back so that she doesn't miss out on experience. Huh. Okay, so it brings someone back apparently at 75% of their HP. That's pretty good for a revive. Oh, please no more fights, please no more fights, please no more fights. God damn it! The one time I actually don't want fights. Oh hey! thanks for the energy on Moroku.
くすぐってんだよ。
何のこれ式？
しゃ
Shibba's gonna go first. I'm actually curious if this is gonna be strong enough. I'm back in the fucking room again!
見ておれ。
尻尾。
Okay, not enough.
よくやりましたね。
Well, now I know better than to try with Shippo again.
はい。これではどうです？風間！
やるね、法師様。
成敗いたしましたな。ま、こんなもんでしょう。
まだ私たちに気づいていないみ
Rusty wants out! Rusty wants out! No, the world needs laughter. I don't know. I don't know how it's going.
燃え盛る炎よ。裁きの灯火を照らせ。
This is like walking to the dog and Pokemon.
やったぞ。
Oh, hey, look at that!
よし、この調子で行くぞ。
No, I don't want to fight another sentient, please! No, not the Zubats! Not the Zubats! Oh, hello. That is Kagome and Moroku. Okay. Kagome and Moroku have learned the double-edged sword strategy. Alright. Neat. I'm an idiot, I went straight through it! And Moroku's too far back and doesn't even have the energy. God damn it. Song goes all the way at the very back. So I can't even use hers to do a rune clear. God damn it. If only you had 2 energy, InuYasha, then I could show up your ultimate backlash wave against all of these things. Oh hey, look at that, he has the energy now. Shippo, can you do it with the damage InuYasha built up? Get me out of here. Yes, I know I could have also tried using Shippo's flee command to just get out of the fight. But I don't want it to potentially brick my game. Thank you. Oh boy. Let's see. Kagome and Shippo learned a new co-op tech. And Shippo apparently finally learned his smashing top. Let's see. Kagome and Shippo learned double blade tactic. Yep. Let's see. Shippo, finally you are not so useless against single targets. According to the Google Translate result, it says Shippo has learned the technique of crushing sesame. It's just the smashing top. Which, hey, at least he has something that's pretty strong on a... Oh, no. Don't you dare. Oh, thank you. Good! Okay, I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi letting out a sigh of relief, like, we finally made it. English version, for whatever, instead had Kururugi go, huh.
そういえば、甲賀とご隠居さんってあまり似てないけど、本当のおじいさん？
Let's see. Let's get this done, please. I want to be out of here. In the English version, Kururugi says, hope I didn't skip anything. Okay. In the English version, Kururugi says, you guys don't look alike. Is he your real grandpa? The Google Translate result is a little broken with, by the way, Koga and the retired man. It's not very similar, though. A real grandfather. The Deep L translation result is very much not any better, so I'm pretty sure the translation should be... By the way, Koga and the old man don't look all that similar. Is he really your grandfather? I don't need to translate that. That's Koga kind of being like,
ご隠居は俺にとっちゃ本物のじいさんと一緒さ。すげえ世話になってきたんだ。
And now we get the actual relationship between Koga and Robai. Robai is not actually his grandfather, but is a grandfather figure. In the English version, Koga says, he's like a real grandfather to me. He looked after me a lot when I was younger. According to the Google Translate results, Koga says, to me, the old man is like a real grandfather. I'm so grateful for all your help. Why does it end on that? Why did it end on that? Yeah, because the Deep L translation ends with, he's just like a real grandfather. He's been a big help to me. So, I actually do think this should be reworded as, to me, the old man is like a real grandfather. I'm grateful for all his help or something. Otherwise, I'd probably just go with the English versions. He's like a real grandfather to me. He looked after me a lot when I was younger. Don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi going... pretty much going, I see. Without actually saying it.
いつもいつも俺の心配ばっかしやがってよ。
Here we go. In the English version, Koga says he doesn't need to, but he's always worried about me. Damn! According to the Google Translate result, Koga says he's always worrying about me. Damn it! I almost want to reword it to he doesn't have to, but he's always worrying about me. Damn it!
確かに俺は頭になったばっかだし、まだ若えから腹ん中でよく思ってねえやつも多いんだ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Koga continues with, I'm very young to be head of the clan, you see. Sorry, let me try that again. I'm very young to be head of the clan, you see, and still pretty new, so there's a lot of people who don't trust me yet. According to the Google Translate result, Koga's saying, it's true that I've only just become the head, and I'm still young, so in my stomach, there are a lot of people who don't... what? That don't make no sense! I'm just gonna go with the English versions for this. Because otherwise it does seem like the Google Translate result is pretty much the same as the English version. The results just getting a little bugged up.
だから俺のために手柄取ってきてやろうとか思い上がったんだろうな。
For this one, in the English version, Koga says, so, maybe he thought he could get more credit for me. According to the Google Translate results, apparently, Koga says, that's why I guess he thought he'd take credit for it. Yeah, no, I actually think I'd go for the, English version's take on this bit from Koga.
Koga, ご隠居さんのこと好きなんだね。
At least, again, until I can find someone who can translate it better than these. Let's see. From Kururugi in English, they say, you really care about him, don't you, Koga? From the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, Koga, you like the old man, don't you?
俺が生まれた時にはもうじじいだったけどよ。だけどもうちょっと生きてたっていいじゃねえかよ。
I'm still finding it weird that Google Translate is trying to translate the word as retired man. It's like, okay. He's supposed to be an old man. But whatever. Let's see. In the English version from Koga, he says, he's been an old man ever since I was born, but I sure wish he could live just a little bit longer. From the Google Translate result, Koga says, he was an old man when I was born, but wouldn't it be nice to live a little longer? I think I'd change that, wouldn't it be nice to live a little longer, to, wouldn't it be nice if he lived a little longer? Or it would be nice if he lived a little longer. Otherwise, I just go with what the English version has, because it works just as well.
せめて養老族が成り上がるとこ見てから死んだって遅くねえだろ。
In the English version, so Koga continues with, I want him to see the wolf demons become powerful before he dies. According to the Google Translate result, Koga says it's not too late to die after seeing the rise of the wolf tribe, right? I mean, compared to the English version, they are definitely worded differently, but I guess they get the same point across.
そうだね。だったらご隠居さんにさ、早くキノコ食べさせてあげようよ。
Okay, considering it starts with ellipses, that's a hesitant, not an agreement. In the English version, Kururugi says, okay, then get your old man to eat... Oh, hold up. Went ahead a little too fast. In the English version, Kururugi says, okay, then get your old man to eat these mushrooms right now. According to the Google Translate results, taking into account the agreeing nod, Kururugi says, that's right. In that case, let's hurry up and give the old man some mushrooms to eat. Yeah, sure, just hop the old man up on shrooms. In the English version, Koga responds with, okay, I'll go ahead and look for them. From the Google Translate result, Koga says, yeah, I'll go ahead and look for it. Oh, please. Oh, right. No, because I don't have to, Well, we're going a little more than an hour over my usual end time, but okay. I forgot this section was as long as it was, plus taking into account translations. God damn it. And it should just be over here. There we go. And they just reused the PNGs of Shippa's mushroom illusion. Because they were too lazy to create their own unique mushrooms. You can clearly see the eyes on them. They're apparently trying to make it look like they have white spots. In the English version... Koga says, I found it! There it is! According to the Google Translate results, Koga says, there it is! That's it!
ご隠居さんも待ってるし、早く帰ろう。
And then, in the English version, Kururugi says, the old man is waiting. Let's hurry back. The Google Translate results has Kururugi say, the old man is waiting for us, so let's go home early. I'm pretty sure it should be worded as, the old man is waiting for us, so let's get back.
Oh, じゃあ先に帰ってるぜ。
Koga responds in the English version with, okay, I'll go ahead. While according to the Google Translate result, Koga apparently says, right, well, I'm going off first. And thankfully, I don't need to climb down manually, it just warps us. Thank fuck. I don't need to translate that. That's just the old man coughing.
できたぜ、ご隠居。キノコ汁だぜ。飲んでくれよ。
In the English version, Koga says, here it is, old man. Drink this mushroom soup. According to Google Translate, Koga says, it's done, old man. Here's the mushroom juice. Drink it. Interesting that the Japanese version calls it mushroom juice, but okay.
まずい。
Let's see here. In the English version, the old man just says yuck. According to Google Translate, after drinking it a bit, the Robi's response is, "This is bad."
言われた通りに味付けしたぜ。生でボケたんじゃねえのか。
I almost want to say that the actual translation for the old man is gross. Or he'd probably also just say yuck. I don't know. Just seems like an old man thing. Let's see. In the English version, Koga says, "I put all the flavors in there like you said. I don't think your taste buds work anymore." According to the Google Translate result, though, Koga says, "I seasoned it just like you said. Has your tongue gone numb?"
美味しいけどな。
No, I think that one's a good insult. Has your tongue gone numb? Let's see. From Kagome. In the English version, Kagome says, "I think it's good." From the Google Translate version, though, Kagome says, "It's delicious, though."
このおじいさん、かなりの食通だな。
And then from Songo, in the English version, Kagome says, "This geezer must be a real gourmet." While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "This man is quite this old man is quite the gourmet."
隠し味があと一つ足りんな。
You know, I'm a little surprised. The Japanese version has yet to call him Robai. So I'm curious where the hell the English version got the name. In the English version, Robai says there's one flavor missing. While according to the Google Translate result, Robai says just one more secret ingredient.
あ、咳が止まったみたいだね。
In the English version, Kururugi remarks, "You're not coughing anymore." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, "Oh, it looks like the coughing has stopped." Okay, old man. Just collapse on the floor and fall asleep.
おやおや、咳のしすぎで疲れたようですな。もう眠っておられます。
Let's see. From the English version, Moroku says he must have gotten really tired from coughing so much. Now he's sleeping. From the Google Translate result, Moroku is apparently saying, "Oh my, he must have been tired from coughing so much. He's already asleep."
俺も疲れちまった。今夜はとっとと寝かせてもらうぜ。
From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, "I'm tired too. Can you put us up for the night?" According to the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha says, "I'm tired too. I'm gonna get some good sleep tonight. Interesting. The Japanese version doesn't mention anything about InuYasha asking Koga if he could put them up for the night or. Huh. So I'm curious why the English version chose that. Let's see, from Shippo. In the English version, he says, "You're not going to fight with Koga today?" While the Google Translate result has Shippo asking, "Are you going to fight with Koga today?"
うっせえな。おめえは黙ってろ。
In the English version, InuYasha responds with, "Enough out of you." According to Google Translate, InuYasha's response to Shippo is, "Shut up, you little shit." Which is entirely in character for InuYasha. The Deep L translation result has InuYasha saying, "You shut your mouth." But given it's InuYasha and Shippo, I very much am on board with InuYasha telling Shippo, "Shut up, you little shit."
今夜はどうせご隠居のことを見てなきゃならねえから、おめえらは寝ろよ。
Let's see. From Koga. In the English version, he says, "Tonight I have to watch over my old man, so you guys sleep." From Google Translate, Koga verbatim says, "You'll have to watch the old man tonight anyway, so you two should go to bed." I'm pretty sure it should be, "I'll have to watch the old man tonight anyway, so you two should go to bed." But I wouldn't mind rewording the "so you two should go to bed" to simply "so you should go to bed," referring to the entire group. But if it's "so you two should go to bed," then it almost seems like he's directing that at InuYasha and Shippo specifically.
じゃあそうさせてもらおうかな。
Though, considering Kururugi's response here, that's kind of why I'm a bit more on the side of using "so you should go to bed" with Koga referring to the rest of the group. Speaking of Kururugi, though, in the English version, Kururugi says, "Okay, we'll do that." Let's see. That first bit is just Kururugi nodding in agreement. And according to the translation, says, "Well then, I guess I'll do just that."
今日はよ、悪かったな。助かったぜ。
Let's see, from Koga in the English version, he says, "Sorry about what happened today. Thanks for your help." And we get to see Koga blushing out of embarrassment, which is not seen at any other point in the game. Let's see. According to the Google Translate result, Koga says, "Sorry about today. Thank you for saving me." I'm pretty sure that should say "thank you for helping me."
気にしないで。
And then let's see. From Kururugi In the English version, they say, sure, no problem. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is instead, no, don't worry about it.
Yoく寝た。
Ignore that first bit because that's just Kururugi groaning out a stretch. And according to the Google Translate result, is saying, I slept well. Which is also what the English version has. But for some reason, the English version included an exclamation mark, which is completely unnecessary.
Ah, ご隠居さん、もう起きても平気なの?
Also, saying I slept well and it's still the middle of the night? Kururugi, what the fuck is your sleep schedule like? Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, oh, old man. Is it alright for you to get up already? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi asks, oh, old man, are you okay to get up now?
キノコ汁のおかげで少しばかり力を取り戻したんでな。水を飲みに行こうかと思ったんじゃ。
And then from Robai, in the English version, he says, thanks to the mushroom soup, my strength has returned a little. I was thinking of going to get a drink of water. According to the Google Translate results, Robai says, thanks to the mushroom soup, I've regained a little bit of my strength. So I thought I'd go get some water.
こうしてみると、ご隠居さんまだまだかっこいいよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, seeing you like this, I think you're still pretty cool, old man. The Google Translate result has messed up the text for some reason. What the hell is Google Translate doing right now? Okay, no, I think I can see what it's trying to do. Apparently, the Google Translate result is having Kururugi say, like this, old man, you still look great. It is trying to be a reworded version of what the English version has, but considering, for whatever reason, Google Translate is completely broken the first half of this sentence, I think I'd be better off just sticking with the English version.
何そうか。若いもんに言ってもらうとなかなか嬉しいもんだの。
Let's see here. From the English version, Robai responds with, really? Hearing that from a young person makes me happy. From the Google Translate result, apparently, Robai says, what? I see. It's really nice to hear that from a young person like you.
甲賀だってきっとそう思ってますよ。ああいう性格だから口には出さないかもしれないけど。
In the English version, Kururugi continues with, I'm sure Koga thinks the same. He probably won't say that to your face, just because of the way he is. From the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, I'm sure Koga thinks the same thing. With his personality, he might not say it out loud, though. I kind of like the wording of the translated result here.
群れの頭になった頃はもっとギラギラして頑固じゃったが、最近はゆとりが出てきたようじゃ。
In the English version, Robot says, when he first became the leader of the clan, he was very impatient and stubborn. But lately, he's become more mature. According to the Google Translate result, Robot says, when he first became the leader of the pack, he was more aggressive and stubborn. But he seems to have become more relaxed recently.
思わぬところでその理由が確かめられたわい。
In the English version, he continues with, maturity comes from the most unlikely places. Google Translate's not helping there. And the DeepL translator is also broken, so I can't make heads or tails of the translation here, so may as well just go with what the English version has.
どういうことですか?
In the English version, Kururugi's response is, what do you mean? Which is also what the Google Translate result has.
何? 若いもんを育てるのはいい友達じゃということよ。
In the English version, Robot responds with, the thing that makes young people mature are their friends. Again, the translation results are both kind of broken, so I have no idea what to make of that, so stick with the English version, I guess.
わしは力が残っとるうちに帰る。甲賀には言わんとってくれよ。
In the English version, Robot continues with, I'm gonna go back while I still have some strength. Don't tell Koga I left. From the Google Translate result, Robot says, I'll go home while I still have the strength. Don't tell that to Koga.
ご隠居さん。
I don't need to translate that, that's just Kururugi saying, old man.
甲賀のことをこれからもよろしくな。
In the English version, Robot says, look out for Koga for me, okay? While, according to the Google Translate results, says, about Koga, I look forward to your continued support. Interesting. In the English version, Koga says, the old man is gone again? Where did he go? according to the Google Translate result, Koga's saying, the old man isn't here. Where did that old man go?
知らないけど。
That's a nice touch. Kururugi was like, about, just kind of flinched like, oh shit, I nearly answered out of reflex. In the English version, Kururugi just goes, I don't know. From the Google Translate results, taking that flinch into account, Kururugi says, I don't know. Or could be reworded as, I have no idea.
俺はここで別れるぜ。かごめ、今度はゆっくり会いに来るからよ。
From Koga, in the English version, he says, I'm gonna leave you now. Kagome, I'll come to see you when I have more time. According to the Google Translate result, Koga says, I'll break up here. Kagome, next time I'll come and see you at my leisure. Can we fix up that first part? Yeah, okay. I think the I'll break up here should be reworded to I'll leave you here. And then the rest is fine. And then that's Kagome just kind of giving a nervous nod because she's like, I don't want to be rude to him, but I kind of don't want him around anymore.
来んな来んな、誰もおめえとなんざ会いたくねえ。
Which I think the English version translated to Kagome, yeah, translated to Kagome saying, sure. For InuYasha, in the English version, he says, don't come. No one wants to see your ugly face. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, don't come, don't come. Nobody wants to see you. InuYasha, out of context?
こっちも犬っころには会いたかねえや。
From Koga, that first bit was a scoff, to be sure. In the English version, Koga says, I don't want to see you either, little mutt. While according to the Google Translate result, Koga says, I don't have time for dogs either.
またか。まるで子供じゃな。
Then from Shippo, in the English version, he says, again, they're such kids. While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, again, just like children.
おっと、こうしちゃいられねえ。ご隠居が。
Yeah, no, the Japanese version, neither version mentions Robai's name. So where the hell did the English version get the name Robai? In the English version, Koga says, I don't have time for this, my old man. While according to the Google Translate result, Koga says, I can't be doing... actually, hold on. Verbatim, Google Translate has, I can't do this, old man. But I don't know if I want to take it at that, or have it reworded as, I can't be doing this, old man.
じゃあな、かごめ。それと、お前もな。
And then in the English version, Koga says, "See ya, Kagome." And you too. What? What? I wonder if Robai, or however it's spelled, means something specific enough for them to have added it in. Probably, or for whatever reason, it could be they decided to transliterate Old Wolf, and old, like saying Old Wolf in Japanese is just Robai. I don't know. I'd have to see about sending that part to someone to ask what it says, because when putting it through the translator, it kept saying Robai's identity in Japanese was just Old Wolf. So, yeah, the only way I could find out is if I sent that part to someone and say, like, okay, what does this say in Japanese? Not the translation, in Japanese. Like, what's the Romaji, or transliteration? Okay, so it definitely sounded like Koga said Ona, which usually means woman, so, I was curious why Koga would say that, but apparently, in the translation, Koga says, "See you, Kagome," and you too, which is also what he says in the English version, which is directed at Kururugi, but if Koga says Ona, I feel like that was meant to be for Kaname, and they forgot to do a male equivalent or something? I don't know. And then that's just Kururugi nodding in agreement, but in the English version, they actually had Kururugi say, "Bye." Please let this be over. Okay. It should be over once I clear this. Just run it through the translator. In the English version, Kururugi says, "We should go too." According to Google Translate, Kururugi says, "Come on, let's go."
Oh, 出発じゃ!
Shippo, please. Let this end! In the English version, Shippo says, "Here we go." According to the Google Translate result, Shippo is saying, "Yay, let's go." Thank Christ! I am done! Ah, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. But we dealt with the stuff at Naraku's mansion, defeated his incarnation, and nearly caused a grandfather's paradox. Whoops. But we had a really cute moment with Kagome. With a lot more context in the Japanese version compared to the English, which makes it so much better. And then we had to deal with Koga's family issues with his old man. So that's it. Until next stream, this has been... next stream, we're going to start by going to Ayame Village for that event and to pick up something special. And then... it's time for Minamo Village. And the romance to begin! Until then, this has been the Azure Guardian. See ya.